Can y'all hear me? Mm. We're live on YouTube now as well. We're live on both. Actually, you know what's so crazy? I think this deserves for me to simulcast on Twitter as well. This might be one of those times I might have to simulcast on Twitter. My mic? Is my mic low? Is it low? It is. Okay. Let me fix that real quick. A little low. Okay. All right. Well, did you watch a sit-down interview with Ty Lue? No, I didn't. Let me get this doc ready. Custom browse. Paste. Okay. I would do it on which one, but actually have no idea how to do this as quick as possible. So I'm actually not going. Oh, is it under monetize? Monetize premium. It's been so long. I actually have no idea. I have no idea how to do it. So for those who are unaware of what's happening, it's the middle of off season, so niggas is bored. So let's be clear with that. Niggas is bored. So let's be clear. Niggas are bored. We're bored. And the funny part about it is that I actually said, hey man, I was getting out of beef and drama. And so I was gonna come up here and just react to Jeff Teague takes. Shout out to Gil. Couple of news breaking. A take from Tracy McGrady that popped up a few years back. On YouTube, can y'all hear me? Hold on. YouTube can't hear me? Yeah, y'all can. I can hear it. But instead, what I decided to do was, oh man, it's a lot of takes in that Ty Lue. But instead, I found something a little bit more interesting. Just slightly a bit more interesting. Now we're still going to get into that. We're still going to talk into those things. But KD came back and had something to say about a very interesting conversation I had with one of the most Twitter famous people in the NBA community. I say that very, 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 very lightly. I'm actually joking when I say that, just in case niggas don't recognize. But KD responded to my tweet yesterday. And I am actually floored the way in which Jacob responded. I'm actually floored. Now, before we go, because it's not on Twitter, let me go ahead and get the screenshot. Let me grab the screenshot real quick. Let me grab the screenshot. Asia Wilson. I'll watch that later. I'll watch that later too. There's some stuff I had up on the tube. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I need a better picture of that. What the fuck? Same shirt as what? Oh, it is. No. That shirt has a yellow horse on it. I think this is just a regular t-shirt. It just don't happen to be the same color. But let me give a better reaction. There it is. That's a better reaction. That is a better reaction. Look at all these pictures of Tim Duncan and LeBron. I got something cooking in the background, chat. All right. So for those who don't know, as I put this post out there, we are live on Playback, exposing Jacob again. Tough. Now, for those who are unaware, who are out of the loop, but you should be, especially if you're watching the stream. I'm pretty sure most of you all are. But just either. Oh wait, my background is all fucked up. Hold on. Alright. For those who are a bit out of the loop, maybe led astray, I sat down with Coach Nick from B-Ball Breakdown, and we had ourselves a very, very special guest. Most people are not familiar with him because most people actually, are not on Twitter in the NBA community. But about a few days ago, at this point, almost 2 weeks, for those who missed the video, this is the live stream right here where Coach Nick grabbed both of us, talked about LeBron's legacy 12 days ago. And then from there, I personally decided to chop up a little bit of some of this stuff and then go on my channel and make a video out of it. Because that's what content creators do. That's what we do. We create content. And it did pretty well, especially in the middle of the offseason, where there's not really much to talk about, my nigga. Like, there's not really much. I then decided a lot of people on Twitter may not be aware of this video or how ridiculous this all was. And so I decided, chop up some footage, put it out on the internet, and I uploaded it last night. Now, I was not anticipating for this to do as well as it did, but it did pretty well. I mean, I ain't got nothing to brag about type shit. Nothing to brag about. Oh, let me double check. All right, cool. Nothing to really brag about type shit. And effectively, this is just like bad moments of what he said throughout there. Just a quick reminder.
In a playoff series, he's about to lose a playoff.
Doing their time is much more constructive than what they used to do in prior eras.
Instead of crack, today they're smoking weed. What's the difference?
You think there's not a difference between weed and crack? Didn't Iverson notoriously not practice? There wasn't Iverson.
No, there was one interview. There was one interview of Iverson saying we talking about practice, and he was drunk, and his best friend had just been shot and killed. That's the interview.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the interview. I'm not.
And people think Iverson didn't practice.
That's not what I'm talking about. There is a podcast that he's done post his career
where he openly stated that he just didn't practice hard.
So you didn't have a pattern of skipping practice. You went to practice, but you just didn't like certain things.
I had a pattern of skipping.
Yeah.
Because they were doing drills that day.
No. Sometimes I was out too late. And when I come in there, I don't feel like it. You know what I mean? I'm a man. I'm a human.
If Iverson is supposed to be...
So y'all kind of get a gist there, right? Where got to make sure that Jacob, the Clipper fan, always realize that he's probably not as smart as he would like many people to believe. Now, KD got wind of this because for those who are unaware, Jacob and KD, and when I say KD, I do mean Kevin Durant, on Twitter have been going back and forth for the better part of the last 2 weeks. And then KD got wind of this and said that this is kind of funny, huh, Jacob? And then Jacob had a response as well. Now, I want to read Jacob's response first. Let's read this first. Is it too pixelated? If it's pixelated, then I can just make it bigger. I can make it bigger for you. Is that big enough? Too big? Is that too big for you? Is it big enough for you? Enough for you to handle? Enough for your eyes to lay on top of that big thing right there? All right. Perfect size, Jesus. Okay. Jacob responds to Kevin Durant, says, "Don't give this nerd the attention he craves so bad, KD, and stop using other people to duck me. First YouTube hoopers, now podcast lames who've never hooped a day in their life, already addressed this. We spoke for an hour and a half. If I cared enough to make a 10-minute video of trumping him." If I cared enough, I would have made a 10-minute video trumping him. A couple things. The first line is always funny to me. Don't give this nerd the attention he craves so bad, KD. I want everyone to know a couple of things. The idea of sitting down with Jacob, the Clipper fan, was not my idea. It was someone else's idea. But when we got there, crazy that right here, I'm a nerd. But behind the scenes, Jacob, let's not forget, you were the one giving me all my praises. You quite literally said, "I'm a fan of your work." You said that. That's what you said. So odd. It's unbelievably odd when my work no longer suits whatever belief you have. Now all of a sudden I'm just a nerd that no one should ever pay attention to. You literally said you were a fan of my work. That's neither here nor there. Yeah, the switch up is crazy. They act completely different when they're in a different environment. But okay, cool. We spoke for an hour and a half. If I cared enough, I would make a 10-minute video trumping him. A, you were alive with me for an hour and a half. Why didn't you do it in the hour and a half live? You have time enough to do an hour and a half live, but not enough time to make a 10-minute video? Seriously? That was the whole purpose of the live. That was quite literally the purpose of the live, my nigga. Be very mindful that most of the live you were talking, you were there before the live talking to Coach Nick, and after the live still yapping. But you don't have enough time to make a 10-minute video. I don't believe that at all, actually. I genuinely don't believe that. But we will continue, because as you said that, you did give a link, and this, you actually responded to me back in August 17th. I did not know that you actually responded to me, but you go over some of the things in which you decided to say. So let's go over this real quick. This is your response to me right before I made the video and I uploaded. When I said he didn't know Barkley's prime started in the 80s, Iverson skipped practice, Dodge holding Shaq accountable, claimed that OKC players didn't celebrate when they won the finals, when they actually did. This is going to be a brutal video. Now, your response to this was, 1, my only error, because I thought you were talking about Barkley going to the Rockets. I didn't catch it. You were talking about 80s Barkley. I literally post Barkley all the time on my page. I also admitted my knowledge on 80s hoops is weaker than 90s and 2000s. First lie you already told. A, you did know that we were talking about Barkley heading into the 90s, because not only did I literally say the year in which I'm referencing, but I was telling you about how Barkley flew over to Portland, not when he was going to Houston. So that's the first lie. And to even further proof that this was a lie, here it is right here.
To build that team. Is that 80, 89, 90 isn't prime Barkley?
Yeah. It wasn't prime Barkley, bro.
That's not prime Barkley? We literally say 89 to 90 prime Barkley. And what's even worse is that, again, you know so little about the sport that when I was attempting to explain something to you that you clearly had no knowledge about it all, you kept trying to interrupt me over and over and over again.
Ron, wouldn't that mean that they are
GMs back then, or
the country to sit down with the general manager and tell the GM?
Not a prime Barkley.
Charles Barkley literally flew across the country, sat down with the Portland Trailblazers GM, told the GM who he needs to trade. Is that not being a GM?
I just wanted to get out of.
So he knew it was Portland. We insert the clip here.
Sitting down with your GM talking. I'm talking about.
No. Let me repeat what I said again. Let me repeat what I'm saying, because you're not listening. No. Listen. Listen to what I'm saying. You're not listening. So let me say it again.
He met up with his GM and said, who should trade.
No.
He still thinks that I'm saying he met up with his GM.
He played in Philly. He flew to Portland to sit down with the Portland Trailblazers general manager. Yeah,
Yes, you missed it. So now that you have all the information, you know that we're talking about back when he was in Philly, when he went to Portland. You have all this information.
That, yes. Trailblazers general manager.
You have it.
Told report 80, 89, 90 isn't prime Barkley?
Yeah. It wasn't prime Barkley, bro.
That Coach Nick also knows that we're talking about 89, 90 Barkley. So, my nigga, you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know. You just don't know. You don't know. Now, here's something else that I always find very interesting with people like my man here. This right here is always funny to me. NBA historian. You call yourself an NBA historian. You do. No one else doesn't put that label on you. You call yourself that. How do you call yourself an NBA historian, and yet you don't know that Barkley's prime started in the 80s? You don't know that story. How can you make sweeping statements about anything that happens in NBA history if you don't know common knowledge things like when Barkley's prime started? What the fuck are you doing? You called yourself that, not me. But nigga, if you don't know that Barkley's prime started literally in the 80s, and even if you didn't know that, if I said 89, 90, you should know that what we're talking about. But of course you don't know. So this right here is, I don't know where you're going from, But this right here is ridiculous. We continue. Number 2, Iverson is my childhood GOAT. Obviously, I knew he wasn't the hardest worker, and that that has always bothered me. It's not that he didn't always practice, but he didn't train anywhere near as hard as Kobe. I wish he did. The thing that is so funny to me is that many of you people, you all live back in the day. You're stuck there. You're nothing more but a child at heart. Still to this day. Still to this day. How the fuck are you going to sit here and say that it's not that he didn't always practice when the nigga literally said he had a pattern of skipping practice? He literally said that. He literally said that. He literally said, there was a pattern of me skipping practice. How do you miss that part? Also, you sat there and said, I knew he wasn't the hardest worker, and that has always bothered me. But if we actually go back to the original, video, brother, you didn't know anything about this story here.
I can name the players.
You're telling me there was majority.
I can name the Iverson. We're about to play it now.
Send that to me later. Look,
I want to play it because Iverson flat out said.
You can send that to me later. Look,
no. We're about to play it now. We're about to play it now.
That's great. Play it now. Listen. Iverson is my childhood goal. I'll be the first one to say that I wish he practiced more. I wish he was as dedicated to his craft as Kobe was.
So we played the clip.
Yes, it only isn't the only one, but there's players that we idolized back then that did it. So Iverson isn't the only one. Shaq also did it as well.
How many?
Chris Paul. I can name the players.
So when I was literally showing you, I was about to show you this, you didn't know about this.
It's not one anomaly. Shaq, the owner, that type of stuff.
And then usually,
he wouldn't.
About watching the history of that.
Oh, let me
Shaq. Chris Paul.
82 games, like 14.
Play 82. That's the problem. The thing is,
anomalies, brother. You can always
the players. You can name the.
You can
now.
That's to say that I wish he practiced more.
Hold on, let me find it because there's a clip where I'm trying to explain it and he's cutting me off as I explain what happened. Hold on. Oh, it's right here.
There was one interview of guys. That's not correlated to.
I think. Amazing. Whatever is not
correlated. Practice? That's not correlated, guys. That's not correlated to on practice or in practice.
Hold on, wait. But I'm asking you. Didn't Iverson notoriously not practice? There wasn't Iverson.
No, there was one interview. There was one interview of Iverson saying we talking about practice, and he was drunk, and his best friend had just been shot and killed. That's the interview.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the interview. I'm not.
And people take that and think Iverson didn't practice.
That's not what I'm talking about. There is a podcast that he's done post his career where he openly stated that he just didn't practice hard. That he may have want to run 5-on-5s, but he didn't. He wasn't a guy that practiced hard. He went out.
So he literally didn't know this. He was cutting me off, assuming that I was talking about the practice rant. Nigga, you just didn't know. You didn't know. But overall, the point that you missed is that somehow, some way, you can idolize someone to the point where that's your childhood hero, your GOAT, the one that allowed you to fall in love with the sport. Yet for whatever reason, this thing that you are upset with about how players don't practice as much as they used to, that's a problem for you now, but you somehow grew up loving the sport from a nigga who notoriously didn't practice. So what the fuck are you talking about? That's the point. And the truth of the matter is that the reason why it didn't concern you back then because you were a child. You bought into the drama, the entertainment. You weren't aware of all the things that happened back then that you are aware of right now when you're an adult. You didn't go deep diving back when you were younger because a lot of information wasn't always available to us. Or again, you were so young that you didn't care. You grew up idolizing a bunch of people. So, this whole thing about you knew about this, no, you didn't. You didn't know about this shit. You didn't know. You did not know the information I provided to you when it was provided to you. You did not know that. We move on to number 3. LOL, I said 15 times in our debate, you keep picking outliers in the past to try to make a past generation out to be careless like this generation. When those guys were the minority back then. Of course Shaq was lazy. I am the one that said Kobe hated him because of that. This right here was by far the funniest thing, because you are accusing me of being someone who only uses outliers, but the truth of the matter is that you are the one who uses outliers. Kobe was an outlier. His work ethic, how passionate he was about the game, how much time he dedicated, he was an outlier. KG was an outlier. MJ was an outlier. Most of these people were outliers. They are nowhere near close to being the standard back then. Nowhere near close to being the standard. They were outliers. But just in case you believe that I'm only using, just in case you believe that I am only using outliers, that you are claiming that I'm only using the same, what you said, like the same handful of names, because we don't want to have to speak about, and actually you brought this up as well. Let me before I get to this, before I get to that point, you said right after winning the championship, they were the most lifeless team I have ever seen. He's referring to OKC. So he said right before they won the championship, they were the most lifeless team he had ever seen. Game 7, I'll do this in real time with you. Game 7, OKC versus Pacers. Final minutes of Game 7. Hopefully YouTube doesn't pack this up. Let's see how lifeless they are. Let's see how lifeless they are. J-Dub is still in it. Because I remember J-Dub was on the sidelines celebrating before the game was even over with. Crying. There's emotions right there. There's some emotion. We saw TJ McConnell also crying because the what you're accusing is that player. Does that look lifeless over there when they're celebrating right there? Does that look lifeless? Niggas celebrating? That's lifeless to you? Okay, all right. Is that lifeless? Caruso screaming. That looks lifeless to you? Oh man, it's so fucking lifeless. Oh man, niggas. Oh man, this so lifeless right here. Oh damn, niggas is lifeless out there, dog. This is before the game even ends. So fucking lifeless. Oh man, niggas is lifeless. Oh man. Niggas is so lifeless out there. Oh man, niggas hugging their coach, smiling before the game even end. Oh, J-Dub is he crying? Oh no, lifeless. You called this lifeless. Niggas upset, stale face. J-Dub is bent over, damn near about to cry. Lifeless. That's what you said was lifeless, nigga. Look at niggas over in the side jumping up and down. Lifeless. Crying. Still over in the huddle, jumping up and down. Lifeless. That's what you said. That they were lifeless. The truth of the matter is, nigga, you're just upset that they don't cry the same as Kobe does, cry the same as Jordan did, cry the same as Kevin Garnett, Allen Iverson. That's why. I'm here to tell you, nigga, you are an adult. You're a grown man. It's not going to hit the same because you're not a child. I'm sorry to tell you that, bro. I'm sorry. You're a grown man talking about how niggas don't celebrate the way you want them to celebrate. Do you hear yourself? That's your complaint. Niggas don't celebrate the way they did back in the day. But going as far as to say that they're lifeless. But this is the thing that really blew me. You still haven't answered me about DeMar, Pat Bev, and Dre saying most of today's players don't love the game. And PG even says about 100 to 150 players are ass. Or how Kerr says teams don't even practice today. Waiting on your thoughts, you keep ducking the modern day criticism by talking about Rodman, Shaq, and AI. But make your YouTube videos and chase that clout off of my name. Your page seems to have been struggling. Interesting. I always, before we get to everything else, let's get to the personal jabs first. I always find it hilarious how some of the most irrelevant niggas think that someone is chasing clout off of them. Nigga, the video got more views than your whole fucking follower count on Twitter. How the fuck do you think that niggas came to that video because a nigga that they don't even know? They don't know you. Niggas don't know you. Niggas go crazy on Twitter and do not realize that Twitter is effectively the same 300,000 to 400,000 people over and over and over again. We're talking to a very small, finite amount of people in the NBA community. And nigga, you think that someone was going to go crazy on a whole nother platform off of your name when it got more views than your whole following count? Be fucking serious. Be serious. 2, if a nigga is talking about how it's been struggling, nigga, it's the middle of the offseason. There's no news to talk about, period. There's nothing to talk about. But nigga, you're going off of lowlights? Lowlights? The 3rd channel? Really, the 4th? Lowlights? Be serious. Be serious. Be serious. You think that I care enough about lowlights when it's literally low lift? Nigga, the channel, the video itself was nothing more but a compilation of a stream on somebody else's channel. What the fuck are you talking about? But let's get into your actual complaint that you have. Let's talk about the actual complaint that you think that I'm too afraid to address. Waiting on your thoughts, you keep ducking the modern day criticism by talking about Rodman, Shaq, and AI. Let me attack that first before we get into everything else. What people need to understand is that this era of basketball, just like any era of basketball, warrants criticism. No one is saying that no one in today's game is not justifiably criticized. That's not what we're saying. Yes, it is annoying to watch niggas not try for All-Star Weekend. It's annoying to see niggas decide when they want to play basketball, especially when it's sometimes not even up to the players' discretion. When it's coaching and in front office, like it's very frustrating to watch that, which is a problem, in all honesty, that we did not see in prior eras. So that is truly unique to what's happening right now. No one is denying that. The problem, however, isn't that you criticize what's happening now. The problem is that you follow that criticism up by then saying, that's why back in the day, it was so much better. When the irony is, a lot of the criticism that we see today happened back then. And some of the unique concerns that happen now are nowhere near close to the unique criticisms that happened back then. But of course, I don't assume that you would know this, because quickly I realized that not only do you lie in your bio and call yourself an NBA historian when you don't know dick about the fucking league at all, but more importantly, you couldn't even make the differentiation between weed and crack. You're dumb. So because of that, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to actually explain to you, and I'm going to make sure that I don't use these three names that you brought up, Rodman, Shaq, and AI, despite the fact that those three players, they were doing things that are much worse than what's happening now. Nigga, Rodman, when he was in San Antonio, gave such little fuck that he actually showed up to a game at halftime. He showed up to the game at halftime. He missed practice. That was a common thing that Rodman did. Rodman would literally quit in the middle of a season, in the middle of a series, and would need to go take a break over in Las Vegas. He would do that all the time. Rodman, by far, has some of the most egregious things that he used to do. But fine. We won't use Rodman. We won't use AI. We won't use Shaq. We won't use none of them. How about this? And I'll make sure that I won't talk about anything that happened pre-90s. We'll cut everything out like that as well. Chat, do y'all remember the story about how Ron Artest had to do an album tour, an album press tour, and he requested to miss games and in practice because he wanted to promote his album? Do y'all remember that? Oh man. Fuck, man. Y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that though? Do y'all remember that? Artest wants time to promote rap album. Do y'all remember that? Man, that shit crazy, ain't it? Man, that shit crazy. That shit real crazy. And then before we even get into this, I want everybody to be clear. Bro, I'm in my 30s. Just in case people don't know, because I have to keep reminding people this. I am in my 30s. I grew up off of late 90s and 2000s basketball. So when y'all sit here and tell me about what used to be happening today, bro, I remember that shit. I remember vividly what people used to say about basketball players back then. People used to trash NBA players back then. It was nothing but a bunch of thugs, degenerates. Look at these lowlifes who come in looking like thugs in their jerseys with their pants sagging. All they want to do is play selfish iso ball. Nigga, they used to do that all the time. This idea that no one criticizes anybody back then, give it a fucking break. Give it a fucking break, my nigga. Stop. Because niggas had the gall, the audacity to ask for time off to promote rap albums. If a nigga did that in today's league, imagine if a nigga did that in today's league. Niggas drop albums and do other ventures off to the side in today's league. And people get upset. Imagine if they requested time off. But, hey, man. Everybody back then, everyone cared. They cared so much. Here's another one. Hold on, let me. There is a clip of, to be fair, this is still Rodman. There is a clip of Rodman claiming that back in 96 or 97, that the league was so bad that they could start beating teams with their eyes closed. Because that's how much competition there was out there. What's another one? What's another one? There used to be a few back, especially back in the 90s. Oh my God. There were so many people who used to just like skip practice, not give a fuck. Older players used to criticize them all the time. It was actually pretty crazy. It was actually pretty crazy. Wilt used to run around and tell people, guys don't play the game the right way. It's showtime, not substance. This was in 1997. Bill Russell. Superstars showcase a bunch of flash instead of fundamentals about the game. Oscar Robertson. There's too much one-on-one, too much standing around and watching one guy operate. These are all things that they used to say about late 90s to 2000s basketball. The big man is becoming extinct because no one wants to play the game right, wants to play the game the right way in the post. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar criticizing bigs no longer existing in the late 90s. Crazy. Rick Barry. The game's declined. Too much showboating, not enough real basketball. Jerry West talked about how there was too many young players coming into the game without polish. Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. That's real interesting. And just in case people out there, you're making it up. Kareem didn't like how NBA stars evolved after his era. They got a lot of money and are told they're beautiful when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar criticized 90 stars. Whoa. Say it isn't so, dog. Oh, yeah, filthy. Thank you for bringing it up. Dennis Rodman literally skipped finals practices to show up on wrestling shows with Hulk Hogan. You're absolutely right. I forgot about that. But we can't bring up Rodman no more. So we're not going to do that. I'm not bitter. I'm really sad. Will Chamberlain explains why he's so critical of the NBA and its players during the 1990s. Wow. But no, I'm not bitter because I think I played in that golden age. I think that I played when athletes really, truly loved what they were doing. Wow. Whoa, no way he said that. No way. I think basketball was at its peak as far as the game being played correctly, technically, and for love, as I said. And I'm very happy to have been a part of that. Interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. So people, no way people criticized players back then. No way. We are also teaching society that it's all about money. Wilt Chamberlain once explained why the 90s NBA was spiraling downwards. Whoa! No way. Well, let's take the $220 million that someone makes, and you think, oh, I'm not a sports fan. It doesn't affect me. Well, what about when your doctor goes to the game, brings his family, and spends on the ticket that's twice as much? The next month, it's a bunch of same rhetoric. Same thing. Kareem would complain about how players back in the day didn't have the self-awareness because Kareem was extremely critical of how socially a lot of players were just not aware, even when he was playing in the league at that time. Man, that's crazy. That actually makes no sense at all. I'm actually floored how often people would say this. Rick Barry. The athletes of today are incredible, and what they can do is incredible, but they are getting away with murder, and I blame the officials. Complaining about officials back in the 90s. Oscar Robertson, defender of fundamentals and the standards. Stars have to come to play. They can't go off of somewhere and not play as well. Interesting. The league is so filtered and watered down, we can beat anyone with our eyes closed. That's what Dennis Rodman had to say about the 90s basketball. Dennis Rodman didn't like the NBA expansion in 1996. The league is so filtered and watered down, we can beat anyone with our eyes closed pretty much. Wowzers. Huh. That's interesting. Larry Bird said, well, I think the expansion team really hurt the league. I think it's depleted some of our talent in our league. Wowzers. Wow. That's crazy. Jerry Salone, 1996. And I want to make sure, because I don't want no one to sit here and to claim that I'm just making these up. So I'm going to make sure I put the articles on the screen as well. Make sure all the articles are on the screen. This is Jerry Salone, 1996. You look at the overall picture, it is diluted to some extent, said Jazz coach Jerry Salone, whose teams is in the Los Angeles premiere to meet the Lakers on Friday night. You can get by with 3 great players on a team and have a chance to win it all. Before, you had to have 4 or 5 great players and some good players around them. Interesting. That's interesting. Huh. That's interesting. They have some players who play their role very well, but I don't think we're talking about the same caliber of player as on the top teams in the 80s, Salone said. Huh, that's interesting. Sounds very similar to what niggas used to say back, even right now. It sounds like the exact same thing. That's all very, 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 very interesting. Kareem also said, the constant expansion has diluted the talent. Other than that, it's still the same game. Interesting. Okay, so he said same game, but has diluted the talent. Okay, cool. For those who may be wondering, where's the missed practices? Cedric Sabalas in 1996 went AWOL, missing a team flight, a few practices, and shoot-arounds. The Lakers suspended him without pay and fined him for the missed practices. Interesting. Isaiah J.R. Ryder, fined for missing several practices with the Timberwolves in 1997, later fined twice in 1999 by the Hawks for missing practices as well. Rod Strickland, fined for missing practices. Then missed the very next day practice as well. Washington Post game notes documented on his back-to-back absence. Unfortunately, I can't show you this article because I'm not paying for this. But as you can clearly see, it says right there, Washington Wizards starting point guard Rod Strickland will not be allowed to play in tonight's preseason game against the Cleveland Cavaliers and will be fined for missing yesterday's practice without notifying the team officials. Wow. Man. Doesn't seem that much like an anomaly. It seems like it's pretty often. Derek Coleman. A Sports Illustrated profile chronicles Coleman skipping practices, among other issues, in his famous whoop-de-dee-damn-do defense of teammates' missed practice was captured in local coverage. Wow. Man, it seems like it's more than just a couple of players. Okay. Kenny Anderson also was missing practice. And then, as we all know, Michael Jordan famously would just go to Atlantic City in the middle of the series. Scottie Pippen, as we all know, famously decided to just quit on his team. His own teammates said that and refused to go back into games. Chris Webber was making trade demands and decided he didn't want to play for multiple teams in the NBA. There was so much shit going on behind the scenes with the Portland Trailblazers that they nicknamed them the Jailblazers. Man. Jason Kidd was getting coaches fired left and right and also beefing with teammates in the early stages of his career. Tough, man. That's tough. That's all very, very interesting. So when we sit here and say that Stephon Marbury missed practices, Darius Miles missed practices, Tyrese Thomas missed practices, Steven Jackson, after his nightclub incident, the team said he missed 4 days of practice. Wow. Keith Kloss, skipped practices and was suspended multiple times. LA Times detailed. Interesting. Charles Barkley, in his first few years on TNT, so he got to TNT in the early 2000s, guys can't shoot anymore. Everyone wants to dunk or shoot threes. No one wants to play in between. That's interesting. That's interesting. Someone gave me... And for people out there who are saying, no way did people sit here and say that players weren't shooting mid-range jump shots back then. Sadly, they actually were. As soon as there were a bunch of people out there shooting threes, regardless of the volume, immediately it was criticized with the three-point shooting. Let's see this.
Well, as always, Tim Legler, Greg Anthony, and Stephen A. Smith. 35 players dealt by 15 teams in 11 deals in the 24 hours preceding the trade deadline. We'll try to make sense of as many of the big ones as possible, starting with the biggest of all. Five-time All-Star Chris Webber dealt by Sacramento to Philadelphia, the fourth trade and fourth NBA stop of his career.
absolutely the biggest and best post player Allen Iverson has had since he has been in Philadelphia. This guy gives them instant credibility. And the best thing about Chris Webber, all the other guys are going to be better now. Kyle Korver, Andre Iguodala, Mark Jackson, everybody, just because of his presence on the basketball floor.
There's no doubt. I'm a big fan of Chris Webber because the guy is just an excellent basketball player with a high IQ. However, as good as this is going to be for the Philadelphia 76ers, is it actually good enough to get them to the elite level in terms of competing for the Eastern Conference crown?
That answer would be no. I don't think they're going to compete for the crown. I think they're going to run into Detroit. They're going to run into Miami. But there is no question that they're a better team because he's on there.
C-Web should be in the lineup tomorrow.
That's interesting because for those who don't know, they missed the playoffs. They missed the playoffs, just so y'all know. They missed the playoffs after making this, and this is how they were talking about it. That's very interesting. Yeah, they missed the playoffs.
And Webber, perhaps an East.
Oh, no. D1, you said ACL injury. No. He played 75 games, did he not? 75 games, and Iverson averaged 33. Korver's there, Dallenberg's there. And he 38 and 44. Huh? Come on now. Come on, guys. Can't be given too much grace. Y'all heard how they were talking about him back then.
Eastern Conference contender, we'll see. But here's how C-Web sees the deal.
No, we don't have much to say. I love my time here, and I'm going to miss everybody. And it was a wonderful ride. It was something, if you experience once in life, you're lucky.
Is Chris, you still in shock at all over this 48 hours later?
He got there. I certainly believe that now. But when I think of black toughness for the Sacramento Kings, what about Corliss Williamson? You don't think he brings that?
Well, there's Nick.
I don't know what else is here, but I do love the fact that someone highlight this because a lot of people bring up, for whatever reason, a lot of people bring up the fact that like that addition really wasn't that major, and that's just not the case at all. Like, that's another move that I remember people was talking very highly of. To be fair, I would certainly say they were incorrect, and I think there was a lot of reassessing of who C-Web was. But yeah, no. Somebody put something else in the chat, but I also want people to remember a few other things. I'm gonna see what this says first.
But those are the rules.
Mm-hmm.
It's like my rules. Hey, I'm in the Hall of Fame, but I'm in a different wing than the guys who won the championship. I mean,
Still in the Hall of Fame, though.
I know, but I'm saying though, Jack.
Oh, before we get to that. Oh, Gary Payton was skipping practice. Seattle had to assign a player to drag Gary Payton to practice. I challenge him and talk trash to him to get him going. Wow. Whoa. No practice for the glove. Whoa. I'm going to be honest with y'all. If you've ever heard George Karl and the shit that he said, now I ain't going to lie, because it's George Karl, I may not be able to believe it. George Karl was one of those coaches who always put a little extra shit on it. Yeah, George Karl was in that. George Karl's a nasty nigga now. He'll toss a little extra on it. It don't need to be no extra. The shit that he used to say when he got to Denver, and he had said what he said about Melo and all them players, it's a little. I'ma be fair. And anything that comes with George Karl, it's always a little extra. It is literally always a little extra. And I don't know why that's the case, but it's always way too extra. But the point still stands, and I think you all kind of y'all kind of get the gist here. Bro, the way in which people talk about the sport has always been the case. It's always been that way. And when people sit here and they make claims that like back in the day, how much better it was, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, bro, when I was growing up, it was so bad depending on who you talk to. Like as a young black kid growing up at that point in time, bro, I vividly remember we were consistently told that NBA players cannot be role models for us just because how wild they used to be. I remember that pretty consistently, actually. Especially in the early 2000s when everybody was dressing the way they were dressing. Oh, I remember having the "you're a black man in America" convo, and you can't go out there acting and dressing like Allen Iverson and all them other people. I remember that very vividly. Very vividly. Bad actors. The growing numbers of selfish and spoiled players are hurting their team and marring the NBA marring the NBA's image. I don't know what that word is. When was this? When is it? What? They got a date to this? What's the date? There's no way. There's multiple examples. Oh, there go to Isaiah Ryder. Oh, hold on, chat. There go to Isaiah Ryder example. Kenny Anderson upset over being benched in the entire fourth quarter in a blowout loss to the New York Knicks the night before. Anderson, 24, didn't show up to the Nets practice. Wowzers. Latrell Sprewell there. I mean, these are some examples that I've already given you all. So the irony for you to sit here and to say what today's league is doing, I remember growing up and niggas used to say the exact same thing. They said the same thing, bro. This shit is not new. Oh, there go George Karl again. No, I ain't gonna lie. George used to get some shit off, boy. George used to get some shit off. There go them bringing up how much money is guaranteed nowadays and how much that impacted certain people. All that shit, bro. It's the same thing. We're all talking about the same thing. So here's a whole article. I miss practice. Chris missed practices. It's not a big deal, Derek Coleman said. Can't use Dennis Rodman, so I'm not going to sit here and use Dennis Rodman. But he did say, I think I scare the NBA. They don't know what I'm going to do next. Very interesting. So this idea that, like, players have too much control, they just run everything. Bro, there you go. In the middle of the 90s. God damn it, Jacob. How come you didn't know about this? God damn it. God damn it, Jacob. How come you didn't know about this? Huh. That's great. You're the historian, Jacob. How come you didn't know about this, man? That's crazy. Huh. You didn't know about this. Ain't that something else that you don't know about this shit, bro? Tough. That's tough. Now, I want to be very, very clear. None of this behavior, regardless of the era that it's in, should be justified. But I'll be damned if anybody is going to overlook the behavior just because it happened at the point of time that you grew up watching basketball. Criticism is warranted. And quite frankly, I do think that there are ways in which you can criticize someone. Oh, wait, there you go. Latrell Sprewell, famous for choking his coach, turned down $21 million contract after claiming it wasn't enough to feed his family. He never played again and went bankrupt. Whew, boy, tough. All these things occurred throughout NBA history because the truth of the matter is, bro, these are people, these are men that you're giving a substantial amount of money to. Flawed. They're humans. Of course they're flawed. That's going to happen. That just happens naturally. But to make it seem as if like this only happens in today's league, that's just factually incorrect. And the reason why you don't get the same feeling that you used to when you was watching back in the day isn't because these players aren't great, isn't because they don't dedicate themselves the same way like they did before, isn't because they don't practice. It's simply because you're no longer a child. You're not young. You're not a teenager. You're not in your early 20s. You're not as impressionable as you were back then. Teams winning championships, the rivalry back then, all hit differently because you were able to buy into the gimmick easily because you were young. You're an adult now. So you're intelligent enough to know that these players, they don't hate each other. Back then you did. Regardless of how many stories used to come out, that the same players that you swore up and down hated each other would then go play cards, shoot pool, drink alcohol, have a few swings on the golf course, all with each other. Danny Ainge and Michael Jordan playing golf with one another. Charles Barkley and a few other people gambling and playing cards with one another. These are all things that used to happen. But you were young. You were young. You were young. That's it. That's it. Somebody else gave another example. Oh yeah, I've already showed this one. I already showed this one. They get a lot of money and are told they're beautiful. Yeah. And finally, the last thing I'm going to do, because Jacob, you told me that you had a video on your page saying that Steve Kerr, and I need to watch that. So I'm going to watch this video that you claim was on here. I think this is it. This era cares just as much as the past. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. So let's I'm gonna give this a chance.
I just think it's really important to collaborate with your staff and to encourage the young coaches to really bring a lot of ideas to the table. I really lean on my younger coaches. One of the ways the league is so different now is that we're now a developmental league. You know, when you came into the league, when I was in the league, we were already developed. You played for Coach K for 4 years. I played for Lute Olson for 4 years. We were ready. And the other part that was different was the schedule was different. So we'd have like 3 games in 4 nights. Then you'd have 4 days off. So you'd have 2 great practices. Now, the schedule is basically you play every other day all year long. We don't practice anymore. So we have to develop these 19-year-old kids who are coming into the league without much practice time. That has meant an entirely revamped kind of development program. And frankly, I'm not great with it. Like, I'm an older coach. I'm a disciple of Phil and Pop. And so I lean on the young guys to really install great development drills, decision-making stuff, things that I never did or knew how to teach. But the key is to figure that out and let the people who can do those things, let them do it and empower them. And I think that's how you progress.
That's the clip? You're telling me that you put the clip on your page and took it out of context?
I just think
you took it out of context. The premise of the clip isn't that players don't care today, so they're not going to practice, because that's the correlation that you're bringing up. This era cares just as much as the past, and then you're talking about practice time. Nigga, that wasn't, they don't care enough, and so because they don't care, they don't practice as much as they did. That is, the schedule has changed because there's not as many back-to-backs or 3 games in 4 nights, which then means there isn't a massive amount of time gap in between the next game. So that's why we can't practice. He literally says that in the fucking video. Brother, I don't know if something's wrong with you. Like, I don't know. Your comprehension skills is in the gutter. But the fact that you uploaded that clip and still misinterpreted it is very concerning. So much so that this might actually be the last time I may talk to you, because maybe something isn't all the way up there, but something is wrong with you. Nigga, you literally misinterpreted something where he gave you all the context. I would have thought at bare minimum, you would have did the slimy shit and cut the context out. No, you kept it all in. Now, to be fair, back in the day, yes, players came in a little bit more defined in the 90s because it wasn't that common for you to, have one and done players, and that became more frequent as time progressed. So to that, I agree. Like there's no doubt about that. But the lack of practice, nigga, he's saying that they don't practice not because they don't care, but because they don't have enough time to practice. Nigga, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? Actually, I thought that would have been a better clip. My nigga, you're just... Oh, fuck. We might be dealing with somebody else on our hands, chat. We might be... Oh, man, this might be... Oh, man. Oh, man. Interesting. That's interesting, boy. There was some newspaper clippings that I saw of Barkley that I can't unsee, which is always so interesting to me because Barkley is another one that I remember. I just remember people did not speak highly of Barkley. Like, not a little bit. And so when people make references to Charles Barkley, I just, like, there's, like, newspaper clippings of people just, like, cooking this nigga Barkley. Matt Ishby is being sued, damn. For what? Here it is. Here it is. Barkley used to get like... Is this it? Yeah, this is... Bro, Barkley... Well, another of Charles Barkley's basketball teams have been defeated. This comes as absolutely no surprise because if there is any basketball team in the land that you can count on to be defeated, it is Charles Barkley's. Charles Barkley receives more praise for not winning than anyone alive, except for maybe, I don't know who that is. Funny how his teams never seem to win championships on any level. Barkley's collegiate teams won nothing. His pro teams have won nothing. Patrick Ewing was triumphant in his school days, at least. Shaquille O'Neal hasn't won much, but he is 10 years younger than Barkley. No very few superstars lose as consistently as the Chuckster loses. This guy can lose with the worst of them. He can also lose with the best of them. Like, niggas is fucking like getting into just dragging this nigga. Interesting how when it comes to putting two dream team players together, adding Clyde Drexler to Hakeem Olajuwon, the Houston Rockets win a championship. Yet, as soon as they add Charles Barkley, a third dream teamer, to a team that still has Drexler and Hakeem, then suddenly the team cannot advance past the NBA semifinals. Like, they used to just rip this nigga. That's the LA Times. This is another Another one. Oh, here's a great one. This is Barkley talking about where he was going to go. Chicago. Everybody would love to play with Chicago. That would be ideal. But there are a lot of ideal scenarios. This is Charles Barkley saying this. Houston, New York, Indiana. You play with very good players and you have a chance. That's all the world owes you. An opportunity. I just have to sit back and wait. Everybody talks about me like I'm dead, but I'm not dead yet. This is before he goes to Houston. Nigga, he was open to the idea of playing with Chicago. Yeah, Barkley is Barkley's an interesting one. Oh yeah, Nonchalant is right about Shaun. I don't know the interview though. But yeah, Shaun Kemp and many other players used to come to the arena drunk and then go get more drunk at halftime. Drunk, high, in the middle of the game. Didn't give a fuck. Niggas didn't give a fuck. So at the end of the day, bro, you can have your opinion on anything. Let it just be factual. If you want to criticize what's happening in today's game, criticize it. But for you to criticize what's happening right now and then follow that criticism up by saying, back in my day, that's when I have to step in and tell you respectfully to shut the fuck up. This growing community of older people just complaining about shit that's happening because you want to make the world better back in my day. Bro, shut up, my nigga. Shut up. Shut up. And most of y'all will sit here and talk about back in my day and completely ignore the degeneracy that used to happen back in your day. Nigga, I vividly remember. I remember when there was an older teacher when I was in college and I was young. And I'm sheltered to a certain extent. So I ain't know. I go to college. Niggas letting everything go. Teacher yapping her mouth about, or professor yapping her mouth about what the kids do back in the day. Be very mindful, the young women as well. Be very mindful. I'm in Atlanta. Somebody in the back in the class said, didn't y'all have Freaknik where y'all used to get butt naked in the middle of the street? I was like, oh, I didn't know about this. Then I learned about it, and it's absolutely true. Huh. Did not know that. Yeah. Yeah, if y'all not from Atlanta, back in the day it was tradition. They had this thing called Freaknik, where women and men would go in the middle of the streets, flood the streets of Atlanta, shaking ass, getting booty butt naked. I was like, whoa. They did that? Oh, see, I didn't know that was the whole South, real talk. Of course, I only know about Atlanta. I didn't know that was the thing. I was like, damn, that's interesting. Huh. That's interesting. Nate McMillan on the Sonics' problem after drafting Shaun Kemp. We had to take beer out of our locker room. Wow. So, Jacob, is this enough for you? Is it still just outliers? I never played a game sober. Ex-NBA player admitting to drinking at games during halftime. Oof. Oof. Charles Barkley recalls playing drunk after celebrating trade that fell through. Wow. That's interesting. Shaun Kemp's alcohol problems. Huh, this is interesting.
Of particular concern, the erratic behavior of All-Star Shaun Kemp, who has struggled on and off the court since the All-Star break.
You probably haven't seen too many smiles on my face, at least out there on the basketball court, because things haven't been good.
It's confusing, and my whole desire and hope, and I think it's a good possibility, is that we turn it into a positive. I think the team will come together, regroup itself, kind of maybe get tighter.
We still think that we have the talent, we have the maturity, we have the experience, that we can still be the team to come out of the West. If we don't think we're the best in the West, we won't win it.
Another afternoon game today in San Antonio. The Spurs hosting the Seattle Sonics. Let's look in on the first half highlights and check in on Shaun Kemp. Starting today, coming off Thursday's game against the Mavs, and he totaled only 6 points in 31 minutes. This was his only field goal in the first quarter, and the Sonics led by 8 after 1. In the second, Dominique Wilkins with his steal leads Corey Alexander on the break, and the Sonics lead is cut to 4.
That nigga got up there. Holy fuck, this nigga.
Wilkins with his steal leads Corey Alexander on the break, and the Sonics.
Yo, he was fucking flying. Oh, fuck.
Sonics lead is cut to 4. But moments later, off the quick inbounds by Gary Payton, Hersey Hawkins feeding Kemp, who throws it down. Kemp with 12 points and 6 rebounds now. That game is in the third. Kemp publicly addressed the issue of his chronic lateness and irresponsibility. He denied speculation that he had a drinking problem. He said instead that he has been merely frustrated by his own play. Now, Peter, your column in tomorrow's New York Post tells a different story.
Right, Hannah. According to source.
Now, Peter, for those who don't know, this is the original Skip Bayless. This is the original Skip Bayless, just so y'all know.
Last Saturday, immediately following the Sonics win over the Mavericks, and it was Shaun Kemp played terribly in that game again. The previous day, he had missed practice again. So immediately after that win, Gary Payton called a players-only meeting and asked Shaun Kemp to tell the team what was going on in his life. And at that meeting, say sources, he admitted to the team that he was having difficulty with drinking. The following day, they were going to play the Kings. There was talk about suspending Shaun Kemp for his habitual lateness and missing practices and things of like that. But the players, in a display of solidarity, voted unanimously to not suspend him and to keep him in the starting lineup, actually to put him into the starting lineup.
Okay.
Wow, interesting. So no accountability. Wow. Man. Fuck. Man, that's crazy.
So it's been involved here. What happens?
I think the league at this point will leave it up to the Sonics and the union.
That Dr. Dre? I said Dre. Dr. Dre?
As a person.
It is, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, what we're talking about is the recognition of a problem that's at a critical stage. I think the focus needs to be on forgetting basketball, forgetting commercials, forgetting about pleasing the public, just for Shaun to get himself together physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, get the proper help to do that. I say to him, man to man, do the right thing, Shaun. Good luck with it.
All right, and as Peter.
Wow. See, I knew Shaun Kemp was dealing with problems. I didn't know he got to that degree. Man, I really wish Jacob would inform me on stuff like this because, he's a historian.
Like, man, drop me off here. And drop him off at the bar. He say he's going to have some beers, right?
Huh?
Say he's going to have some beers.
Listen to the rest of this story,
okay,
bro.
go and have some beers. So he tell us to pick him up on the way back to the game. We pick him up. He still got his sweats on. MJ come to the game suited and booted. Still got his sweats on. Pick us up. He get on the bus. Yeah, man, I'm feeling good, right? Bubbly. Can smell the beer on him. Got 30 at half, all right? Going through warm-ups, man, I'm seeing 3 rims. I'm going to shoot at the one in the middle, okay?
That's hard.
Okay? And then told us, if y'all can't beat them, we don't need to win a championship. Y'all can beat them without me. But came in there and he got it done early and wouldn't sit down. Okay?
Fresh off of that.
Wouldn't sit down.
That's the kind of shit, not that, but it bothers me what Dallas's management is trying to portray Luka as. Like, we aren't grown men and can handle what we need to do. They're mad because they think he smokes hookah and drinks beer. Like, if you knew what motherfuckers was really doing and still going out there and being professionals, like, shut that shit
and that's
up.
the crazy part is they.
Thank you, Matt Barnes. Please shut the fuck up, bro. When niggas complain about players, like, bro, shut the fuck up, my nigga. Shut up, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Straight on basketball, 6 games on a good note.
Yeah, what channel is this? The same channel? You got a sub out of me.
3 weeks. Got about 3 weeks to get my stuff together here for the playoffs and try to finish this last 6 games on a good note. And what I'm gonna try to do is make the practice on time so we can lay out some of the articles in the papers and stuff like that, and let me concentrate on basketball a little bit.
The Sonics' Shaun Kemp addressing the media in Seattle today. Good evening.
Hey, young Ernie!
Everybody. Ernie Johnson in Atlanta. Kemp has been disciplined by head coach George Karl in recent weeks for missing a team flight, missing practice, and reportedly told teammates last week that he was dealing with a personal matter. As he met with reporters today, he took exception to a story in the Seattle paper that reported he was drinking into the wee hours the night before a day game with the Bulls, and bristled when the possibility of a drug or alcohol problem was raised.
I've played 7-8 years, and I've never been in any trouble at all. Never been in any trouble. Don't hang out in any bars or clubs.
Be very mindful that right after, the reason why Kemp fell off is because of these problems that he had off the court. So he was just like grossly in denial about what he was dealing with, because he fell off the face of the earth because he couldn't manage that shit like at all. Like as soon as when the lockout happened and he was left to his own devices, bro, that nigga, he just like, it was done. It was done for him, which is kind of scary because that means that who he was as a player, who he was as a player was solely based off of how much they could keep up with him in Seattle. Like them monitoring him, effectively holding his hand and calling team practices, as y'all can see. He went to Cleveland, had one really solid year, and after that it was just done. It was just done. Kemp went from at age 29 giving you 20.5 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, stealing a block, to 2 years later giving you 6 points. 6 points. And he was 30. He wasn't like 35, 37. He was 30. He was done. That nigga gained so much weight, he went from playing a power forward to a center. It was crazy. Crazy. But yeah, at the end of the day, bro, I remember all that. I remember not all of it, but I remember a lot of that shit. We didn't even talk about the Jailblazers stuff that was going on. We didn't talk about anything that Jason Kidd used to do on and off the court. We didn't talk about a lot of that stuff that they would claim was happening out in Denver as well, because they were getting labeled as thugs also. We ain't talking about none of the stuff that would happen in Detroit on and off the court from them fighting and all the other stuff. The Indiana Pacers and their stuff that was happening. What Kobe and Jason Kidd did as well. We ain't talking about none of that shit. None of it. J.R. Smith missing practice and also skipping. None of that shit. We ain't talking about none of that shit. None of it. We ain't talking about Magic Johnson, Tony Parker. Stuff that was happening in Phoenix. Gilbert Arenas. Like, we ain't talking about none of that. And those are all things. Yeah, Jason Richardson is the thing I'm talking about that happened in Phoenix. And those are all things. Vernon Maxwell's another one. Vernon Maxwell openly admitted that he got upset and just quit on Houston. He quit on that team. He quit on Houston. Don't talk about that either. All that shit. But you wanted me to avoid talking about Iverson, Shaq, and Rodman. So I gave you endless content, and you refute to me that it's that much different from what's happening right now. If anything, it's worse. It's worse. It's worse. It is worse. You telling me that it's outliers? Nigga, I can go on and on and on. I can list ex-players that complain about the league, how it was watered down, how players didn't give a fuck, how they were just using the beginning of games as this runway, as they put on their thug attire, all that shit. I can go show you endless quotes from fans complaining about what was wrong in the NBA at that time, which we've done on this channel. I mean, on this channel and on this stream a few times as well. I can show you all that shit. Because we've talked about that as well. NBA fans sound off. Where it's nothing but a bunch of passing is a lost art in the NBA. The NBA is a snoozer right now. Free agency coupled with multiple salary cap maneuvering trades is killing the NBA. The three-point shot has seriously hurt the NBA. I can't remember the last time I saw a highlight of an NBA game that consisted of anything except for three-pointers and dunks. The mid-range jump shot is dead because nobody is going to get media coverage for shooting 15-footers. That's a 2002 quote. That's a 2002 quote, my nigga. 2002. Even the shit I say they said back then. The biggest problem in the NBA the biggest problem in the NBA is a negative pub it gets from mostly white middle-aged media members. 100%. And now Jacob the Clipper is one of them new niggas. He's one of the white middle-aged nigga. It's the same thing, bro. Same thing. It's not the tattoos. It's not the piercing. It's not even the poor play. The reason why I will never pay $75 to see a game is the attitudes of today's players. Same thing. Same thing. Also, I used to remember that back in the day, they used to shit on players. They used to shit on players because they claimed that they didn't care enough to play defense, and that if you really wanted to watch someone care and play basketball, then you need to go watch college basketball because they really care. They're really passionate because they're not getting paid. So they really have a love for the game. They play better defense back then. Yeah. You know what's so funny? I remember Mike Wilbon saying that too. Mike Wilbon, college players defense. I think Mike Wilbon used to push that pretty heavily, that he believed that NBA players just don't care as much as college players. Let me see. There's a wonderful irony where pro basketball is concerned. Those who serenade college basketball and find it necessary to reduce the pro game in the process do so usually by saying with great smugness that pros don't play defense. This is in 2004. And I think Wilbon went on to debunk that narrative. I think that's what he did. But that was an ongoing belief in the early 2000s that people back then didn't play defense. They didn't care. If you really want to watch real basketball, go back and go watch like college basketball. That's what they used to say. It's not. It's just saying. They're just saying the same shit, bro. It's the same shit. It's the same shit, bro. Same shit. With that being said, we'll move on. You know what's so crazy? He got banned in the NBA for doing that, for his Islamic beliefs. But who's a player that played with Jordan that wanted Jordan that wanted Jordan and Magic to Was it Craig? It was Craig Hodges. I think it was Craig Hodges that wanted Jordan and Michael, not said Jordan and Michael, Jordan and Magic to protest the 91 finals because of things that were happening out in the West Coast with, I think it was Rodney King getting beat up, and they were like, we need to protest the NBA finals. And he made it very political. The same when them older niggas who don't really watch basketball, who are conservatives, and they try to get into space and they say it's just too political for me to watch now. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Fuck. What else is on a slate? Let me go to Notion real quick. Hold on, chat. I gotta do something for my Dukes. Hold on. I remember that too. Niggas taking food for Horace Grant. Tough. Yeah, that's the right address. All right, chat. Watch the Ty Lue interview. All right, bet. Let me double check to make sure there's no other things I need to react to. Also, before I pull it up, shout out to Gil. Gil went from being the talent to hiring the talent. Shout out to Gil, man. Shout out to Big Gil in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Who he decides to hire is a big miss, in my opinion. But, it is what it is. Shout out to Big Gilly in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Podcast, Klay Thompson was giving Paul George a lot of credit. Klay Thompson might have a bunch of ships, he might have a bunch of rings, but he's never had to be the number one option on a team. How do you look at their careers as a differentiator? Whose career would you rather, or who do you think shines more?
If you put Paul George in that role as Klay Thompson, playing with Steph, Draymond Green, Iguodala at a point, obviously we know Paul George.
Kevin Durant.
But we know Paul George was, a couple years ago, he was in
MVP race.
The MVP race. If you substitute them two, right, I think, and we don't know, but we just going off what we think in basketball, I think that Golden State probably wins more championships.
But on that exact podcast, Klay Thompson was giving Paul George a lot of credit. Klay Thompson might have a bunch of ships, he might have a bunch of rings, but he's never had to be the number one option on a team. How do you look at their careers as a differentiator? Whose career would you rather...
I'm going to say this. There's a lot of... We do this hypothetical thing, and I actually think this is a perfect way to segue into that Tracy McGrady comment. We do this thing where I think way too often we try to minimize the role that someone played to get the job done, to get us to the degree of success that is very, 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 very difficult to match. The degree of difficulty for you to go out there and win as much as they did, I'm sorry, I can't claim that they would just win more. Saying that one of the most successful franchises, dynasties of all time, can win more, I think is crazy. I'm okay with saying if you put T-Mac next to Shaq, they can win one. Yes. Three-peat? If three-peating was so easy, Nigga, LeBron didn't three-peat. Curry and them didn't three-peat. Three-peating is very difficult to do. Very difficult to do. So when you're saying, like, when y'all just, like, run off, like, they would have won more than 4 championships, like, fuck. God. Like, seriously? They would have won more than they would have won more than that? And then I always stop and I think to myself, like, y'all do these things where y'all put themselves in, like, hypotheticals, but there's real world examples that we can reference where the nigga didn't show up. Like, you were a second option to Kawhi and blew a 3-1 lead. You played next to Russ and couldn't get out the first round. Like, you had multiple opportunities to provide the evidence that you were good enough to do something. And I always reference back to what some of these players had to do. 2016, when Curry was out of the lineup, Klay didn't just bend over and just say, you know, you got it. We can't win. He showed up and showed out in round 1 and in round 2. And then in round 3 in game 6, when they needed another game out of him, he gave them that game. That's crazy. Then you'll sit here and say, Paul George has been on record saying that he's not that good of a cutter. Well, nigga, you would have to be a really good cutter in that system. You would have to be. You would have to be a good cutter in that system. So no, I don't believe that Klay is better than Paul George. But I don't think that I can convey that to you and explain it to you without me having to say, if I put Paul George in this hypothetical scenario, that he would do better than Klay. I don't have to do that. It's different systems, different responsibilities, different ways in which they played. Different roles. It's a bunch of things that are just different. So again, shout out to Paul George. I don't need to diminish what Klay did to appreciate who you were as a basketball player. And I kind of feel like this is the same thing with the Tracy McGrady argument. And T-Mac, and I didn't know this is actually an old clip, so please forgive me. But T-Mac went on Shaq's podcast and said this.
Take me off of that team, we're a lottery pick.
Who won the MVP that year?
My 2003 year, I'm not playing with no other All-Star. You take me off of that team, we're a lottery pick.
Who won the MVP that year?
I think Tim Duncan got it that year. You take him off of the Spurs, they still make the playoffs.
Whoa.
They make the playoffs. Yes, they do.
A lot of those guys got their success off of him.
They have a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, Tim Duncan.
They still are a playoff team.
No, they win games, but they don't make the playoffs.
You got 2 All-Stars on that team. Tim Duncan made Ginobili and Tony Parker. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Hell no.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're not great players. They are, but I'm just saying their game opened up because of Mr. Tim Duncan.
I'm not denying that. The talent that
those 2 by themselves could have made it without
the team that they have.
Perfect.
Like, when people say those things, it's like, in the attempt to elevate who McGrady is, he's now diminishing who Duncan was to try to get a takeoff. We already know, factually, if you took Tim Duncan off that 2003 team, they would have fucking lost. They're not making the playoffs. They're just not. They're not. I've said this several times before. Rookie and sophomore, Tony Parker, man, Ginobili, David Robinson, end of his career, literally last year in the NBA. We've said this several different times, right? So I don't have to like go in ad nauseum. But I hate when we do this thing where to try to elevate you, we have to diminish what somebody else actually accomplished, especially when those things that they actually accomplished was very, very difficult to do. And I will die by this theory that I have. After being a champion and a Hall of Famer, the next best thing that you can be is a what-ifer, the hypothetical land. That is the next best thing you can be. Because when you are a what-ifer, when you are a hypothetical player, everyone always views the glass half full. Always. It's always what you could have been. And in every hypothetical that they bridge out for you, somehow, some way, that anybody can convince themselves you will always hit the big shots. You'll always make the right passes. You'll always fight for the rebounds. You'll always take the defensive assignment and lock people down. It's always the glass is half full. You'll always show up when the moment is right. Despite the fact that a lot of times when we compare these players to others, the player that we're comparing them to showed up in moments in which 99.99999% of NBA players, including all-time greats, would not shown up in. As much as niggas shit on Kobe or disrespect him, especially in that first postseason run, they needed Kobe to show up in Game 7. They needed Kobe to show up when Shaq fouled out. They needed those moments. They needed that. Now, again, it's not to say that T-Mac or any other players, if put in that position, would potentially have played good enough for them not to be in that position. But the point I'm saying is that even with all the talent in the world that's on these rosters, they still found themselves in a situation to where they needed someone to show up in a big moment. As good as the 2016 Warriors were, they were down 3-1. They needed Klay to show up. He had to have that moment for them to capitalize and move on to the next round. As good as Shaq was, there was multiple moments where Kobe had to show up. Multiple. I can't just sit here and just throw that on somebody else. I just can't. I can't. I don't feel comfortable with doing that, like, at all, actually. And again, I think a lot of people do that to diminish what other people did or didn't do in their careers because they want to live in hypotheticals. Like, when I hear people like Brandon Roy is another one, bro, like, and I think Brandon Roy was a really great player, but like the way that some people talk about Brandon Roy, I'm like, bro, you would have thought the nigga was already the most polished player of all time. You'd have thought this nigga was going to be on Derrick Rose the same way. Like, some people will sit here and talk about these players as if like they have no flaws. Every reason why Tracy McGrady lost because he was injured or his teammates weren't good enough. Or maybe nigga missed free throws. Or maybe he didn't show up in late game situations. Or just maybe he wasn't that good. And T-Mac, I'm be the first to tell you, you weren't. Duncan won the MVP in 2003, not because his team was so good that they had enough wins, but simply because he was better than you. That's it. That's it. And you know what? That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. And that's T-Mac was a great player in 2003. The reason why Duncan won MVP that year is because he was just better. He was a better player. And that's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Better at all. That was a bad team. Well, nobody winning with that.
I'm just saying, yeah, all the MVPs need to be way higher.
Now some conversation I've seen up here.
Kawhi Leonard not better than Russell Westbrook. He don't got a better career than Russell Westbrook. He won a championship, but this is an individual award, right? Give me Russell Westbrook.
I got a Finals MVP, bro.
You don't have a league MVP.
That is true, but I got 2 rings and I got a Finals MVP.
You don't have a league MVP. You was never the best player in the NBA.
That might be true, but I also went to an organization that's never had a championship and gave one.
You've never been the best player in the NBA. That is a team award. This is an individual award.
Stand your ground,
But do MVP really mean you the best player in the league?
At that moment.
To what it should mean, but it don't always mean that.
I really think Joker was the best player in the league last season.
but
it was debatable.
And Bron been the best player in the league plenty of times and didn't get MVP.
I averaged a triple-double.
2 times.
I like Kawhi.
4.
I ain't mad at Kawhi being ahead of Russ, bro.
Yeah, I love Russ. I'm just saying the Kawhi. Hey, bro, what he accomplished in that short amount of time, bro. A lot of people haven't.
Put Russ on that Toronto team, they don't win.
You put Kawhi on that OKC team, they don't win.
And that's when he lost me. Hey, as soon as he said that, that's when he lost me. That's literally when he lost me. That's when he lost me. I don't know what OKC team he talking about, but I know for a fact they would have seen more success than when Russ was on there. That's when he lost me. 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 2017, fair. That may be the only team it could equate to. But nigga, he played with Kevin Durant before that. And then the very next year, nigga played with Paul George. If you had given Kawhi Leonard an equivalent player to Paul George that fit alongside him the way that PG, in theory, was supposed to fit next to Russ, they definitely getting past the first round. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about? And let's take it another step forward. Bro, I don't think Jeff Teague believes this idea that if you win MVP, you're the best player in the league. Because we'll sit here and argue that different. We'll sit here and say that's not the case for Steve Nash. Y'all know that wasn't the case for Derrick Rose. Y'all know that wasn't the case for Malone Barkley when Jordan was in the league and Shaq in the late 90s. We know those things. We know that the best player in the league does not win MVP every single time. We know that to be the case. In 2017, as great as Russ was, nigga, James Harden was better than Russ. Curry, Durant, LeBron, all of them was better than Russ. In 2019, Kawhi had a much greater argument to be the best player in the league in 2019 than Russ has ever had in any point in his career. At any point. So this argument of where you're at, no. Someone in the chat said, ring culture. If you think that I'm solely making that argument based off of ring culture, instead of acknowledging that in 2019 LeBron got hurt, so he was out of the conversation, and at that point Jokic was too young, Giannis was still a little too young and unpolished as well. Like 2019 is by far the best middle of the road year. That year, Kawhi averaged 27.7 rebounds, 3 assists, 50, 37, 85, while being a very clear positive defender. And then went in the postseason and averaged 39 and 4 with 2 steals, a block, 50, 38, or 49, 49, 38, 88. Nigga, stop. He had a very legitimate argument to be the best player in the league that year. Russ would go into postseason runs and like his shooting would fall off a cliff, and it was already bad to begin with. So, no. Defense was inconsistent. No. What was Harden averaging in 2019? 2019 is the year right before... 2019 is the year right before Russ got there, right? Right? That's the year Harden averaged 36, 7.5, 2 steals, 44, 37, 88. Harden was doing his thing, bro. Harden was hooping. Harden was hooping, man. Harden was hooping. 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 Real talk is bored. Nigga said shot chucker, not move. Y'all got it. But I don't know. I kind of feel. Let me finish it. Let me finish the flip off real quick.
Shit, they'll make him and KD.
No, I'm talking about when he won MVP.
Nah, that was a bad team. That was a bad team.
Yeah, I ain't mad at Russ being higher. I ain't mad at it at all.
That was a bad team. When nobody winning with that.
I'm just saying he had these motherfuckers relevant. We don't even. You can't even.
He was killing like.
Oh man, Russ one of the ones.
No disrespect to Ferguson was his 2 guard and Robertson was his 3.
Yeah, they were sad.
T-Ferg, yeah, little iffy. Steve Madden as a 5.
Toronto was kind of. They was cool.
It
was cool.
Kyle
I
Lowry.
didn't think they was gonna win. They was cool.
Yeah,
Kyle Lowry, Hall of Famer.
They wasn't supposed to win no chip.
Yeah, they was cool. They wasn't sad as OKC.
Pascal Siakam, Hall of Famer. Van Fleet, All Star.
And at that time, they was
max player.
Pascal was still building at that time.
He was about max player.
Van
Fleet was still building.
He was on his way to a max.
He was killing in the final 2.
I give you Kyle Lowry.
He was already on the max.
Solidified.
But I pulled up and got it cracking, bro.
But I'm the reason.
I was the reason.
OG Anunoby.
He was
max
hurt in
player.
the final run.
I mean, he was
nice.
saying he's on that team. Max player.
Yeah.
A lot of them people was.
All the niggas on their team was max players.
Hit up some quality motherfuckers.
No, they had a solid.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even hear the rest of this clip. This is a horrible clip. God, this is a horrible clip. This is such a terrible fucking clip, bro. Because that's like me sitting here saying, because then Steven Adams signed like a near max contract in 2017. Wasn't Steven Adams making like $25 million a year? Wasn't he doing that? Isn't Sabonis? Then Sabonis was on that 2017 team, right? All NBA max player. Victor Oladipo, All NBA player. Ah, man, that's tough. That's tough. Also, he lied. He said that T. Ferg was his 2 guard. T. Ferg, no, it was Victor Oladipo. This nigga just lied. What the fuck? Yeah, it was Vic. It wasn't no T. Ferg. This nigga just lied. Oh my God. Like, it's so disingenuous to say this. Like, it's just so disingenuous. I don't even need that. Like, the very next year, that's what my man Oladipo was doing. Made All NBA and All Defense the very next season. Most improved. That's who he had on his roster. But of course, I'm not going to sit here and utilize what he did another year. Like, no, I'm not going to sit here and do that. That's grossly dumb and irresponsible. I don't know. I be feeling like sometimes NBA players complain about how fans talk about the sport, and then like they say some of the most ridiculous shit. Like, I don't like, what are we talking about? Nigga is gassing Fred VanVleet, who had 11 points that year. OG Anunoby. I don't even know OG Anunoby. OG Anunoby was hurt. He didn't play in the playoffs that year. Yeah, he didn't actually. Like, what are we talking about, bro? Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But hey man, say man. Bunch of hypotheticals. We talking about hypotheticals. What somebody would have did on this, that team, and this, that, and the third. Bro, just appreciate who these players are on the team in which they play for. And then we can move on like that. But we ain't got to sit here and diminish and take away what somebody actually did to try to prove a point to how good somebody else you believe they are. We ain't got to do that, bro. That shit kind of corny. Oh wait, I gotta. Why is Matt Ishbia being sued? Minority owner of the Phoenix Suns and Mercury has filed a lawsuit against controlling owner Matt Ishbia. Investments are demanding the team open their books amid claims of mismanagement. Deals with the sides of partners at their expense in a, I don't know what this word is, capital call. one day a lot of people are going to acknowledge that some of these owners, that's why that shit that when people say about the WNBA still not making no money, I just don't believe that. I just think niggas is lying. Niggas is lying. I thoroughly do not believe that they're not making any money. And if they open up these books, like, I don't understand how it's even possible. I don't know how it's possible for them to get away with this by not allowing people. I don't know how, but like, bro, this is crazy. But this is not the first time that they did this, and I can't believe they're allowing them to do it again. But they should not be allowed to just withhold very pivotal information. They should not, like, that should not be allowed. But for whatever reason, this is like the second time they did it. I said this before, but just in case y'all don't know, bro, back in 2011, they were sitting there lying about, the Phoenix Suns keep getting in lawsuits. In 2011, they were lying about how the NBA wasn't making any money. It was actually kind of fucking disgusting. And they were trying to convince themselves. That's why they had the lockout. It's crazy because the WNBA is actually about to go through a lockout. Oh wait, my background is all fucked up. Hold on. Oh wait, my background is all fucked up. Hold on.
I am really frustrated by this because I think the WNBA is really screwing up here. First of all, so you have an offer for $325 million plus a $100 million investment in a state-of-the-art practice facility in a major television market in a sports crazy town, and you're like, no. You know what we would rather do, because you didn't fill out the proper paperwork the first couple of times, and we don't like the way that you're going about this. No. We're going to move it to Houston, where we already had a team for 11 years, and it failed after the first 4 or 5 years, so we had to pull the franchise from there and take it somewhere else. But we're going to give it another shot rather than going to a city that has already made its mark, sold out its arena, and has a commitment to bringing a team here. Meg, I do not understand it. I do not understand why the NBA is so adamantly opposed to Steve Pagliuca. I do not know why it's so adamantly opposed to the Boston market. It almost feels like, between this and the way they've handled everything with Caitlin Clark, that they just don't really know how to run a league.
I'm not too familiar, so I'm not going to act like I know, but I do find like some of this stuff just vaguely interesting, like really, really, really interesting. Pat Bev said that he would take Kevin Durant over Bird. I guess. All right. I think now we can watch Club Shay Shay. Shannon Sharp. The sharpness. Gotta be careful when Shannon Sharp pops up on your feed now. Ranking the WNBA and WNBPA are headed towards a lockout, as a collective bargaining agreement is unlikely to be passed before their October 31st deadline. WNBA players allegedly turned down a deal that would have quadrupled their pay from a $66,000 minimum to $250,000. That's so interesting. That's so interesting that they don't have the ability to do that, but now they're doing it. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. Wrong channel? All right, bet. I'm gonna go to the right channel. So interesting how all these economists, these fake economists, claim that they knew what they were doing.
This is the other side.
Knew what they were talking about. God damn, 90 million? That's fucking insane. Nigga. 90 million? Bro, that's fucking crazy.
LeBron James is on an expiring contract.
I'm surprised by that.
You know, he posted a video. He
Copyright? I was fucking vibing.
a player for the Los Angeles Lakers. He's the coach that authored the greatest comeback in finals history with his team down 3-1 with 2 of the last 3 games on the road. And don't forget that Warriors team had the best regular season record in NBA history at 73-9. He helped the Cleveland Cavaliers win their first and only NBA title. He's an Olympic gold medal winning coach, first team all in Big 12 point guard selection. His number 10 is retired by the University of Nebraska. He has a street named after himself in his hometown of Mexico, Missouri. The current head coach of the Los Angeles Clippers that led them to the first ever conference finals. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Ty Lue. Ty Lue, what?
Shout out to Ty Lue. He got a very lengthy resume. I did not know that. Wow. Very lengthy resume. Shout out to Ty Lue.
What you do, man?
How you doing?
I'm good, bro. When growing up in Mexico, Missouri, if somebody would have told 10-year-old Ty Lue, you're going to be an NBA player and you're going to play on with 2 of the greatest players in NBA history.
Don't care.
We call be on television or be on the radio. How hard was it for you to find motivation to want to leave Mexico, Missouri?
Don't care.
Chris Paul comes back after 4 or 5 years, really well down the stretch last year. James Harden, you re-sign him. The Bill, the Chris Paul, are those the missing ingredients? What do you guys need to do? Because OKC.
Yeah, no timestamps, man.
Ain't going nowhere.
Right.
Houston traded for that 7-foot monster.
Right.
We know he's the elite scorer, and when you pair him with what they
Wemby?
They already got Şengün, and they got Van Fleet, and they got Thompson. What do you guys need to do, Ty Lue, to make sure you guys?
Oh, he's talking about Kevin Durant. Huh.
As a player in the conference finals with a chance to go to the NBA finals.
I think the biggest thing for us is just health. I think when you start the season and your best players aren't available when they're hurt,
right?
You got to play
right.
So just for us being healthy,
coming in, get a guy when he's been the guy where he was, to get him to come in.
For me, it was great for us to kind of, like you said, Mr. Obama, when he bought the team, kind of figure out this is very important. You got to. So he scared me. So now I'm going from being high. So once he got hurt, I can handle it. But if you don't play well, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, step up and meet the responsibility, of doing the media.
Ooh, that '98 draft class: Dirk, Paul Pierce, Vince Carter, Mike Bibby, Al Harrington, Larry Hughes, Rashard Lewis.
God damn, you got so many cards. Y'all see the wad of cards he got in his hands? Jesus.
Antoine Jameson, Jason Williams, Bonzi Well, Ricky Davis, Rafer Austin, Katino Mobley, Earl Boykins. What do you remember about that draft class? Y'all had a nice little squad.
Do y'all see the notes on this nigga lap? On some real shit, bro. Look at how many notes they gave this nigga, bro. Bro. Nigga, oh my God. Nigga, he ain't come prepared. That was the people he hired to do so. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. This is what I gotta compete with. Niggas slacking. So if he coming prepared like that, I gotta be better, chat. I gotta be better.
You got Dirk's in the hall. Pierce is going to the hall. Vince Carter's in the hall.
Yeah, it was crazy because my junior year, at Nebraska, I had a really good year, and so I was like, man, can I come out? Because I didn't know if Steve Francis was gonna come, and then Baron Davis,
right? And
Baron Davis had got hurt, and he tore his ACL, and we played against Virginia, and I had a hell of a game. He was sitting courtside. To be able to do that and see what we needed and then make that my niche to get on the floor, like that's what I had to do, so I was willing to do it.
You should be like a lot of these players look up to Michael Jordan and all these other guys. Peyton Pritchard and TJ McConnell should look up to you. That was your gig before, right. way back when.
Yeah.
You get to LA. Shaq, and people always talk about Shaq's generosity. It was reported that Shaq gave you a sum of money to go get laced out.
It's funny because when I first met him, we went to the Century Club. And so when I first met him, he didn't know who I was. Like, they had drafted me. He didn't really know who I was. And then Uncle Jerome, like, man, that's the guy we just drafted from.
Right.
He's like, oh, okay. Like, whatever. He said, all right, well, just come to the house tomorrow. I'm going to have my chef cook and just come by. And so I said, all right. So I brought a couple of my guys. We go to Shaq's house. Man, a hell of a spread. We eat good. And so we just sitting around talking. And he's like, all right, here, before you leave, hold up. So he goes to the back, comes out with $10,000, like, here, go shop and get yourself. I was like, what? He's like, yeah. I was like, man, I can't pay this back. Like, it's lockout. I'm getting half my money. Like,
see, that's how Shaq got niggas on his side. Shaq can do anything he wants to in the world to these niggas. Hand them over $10,000, bada boom, bada bang. I can now shit in your shoe, and you're not gonna say a goddamn thing. $10,000, I can piss all over your toothbrush. You're good now. We're good. It's nothing but jokes. Remember, I gave you $10,000. Don't worry about it. I had you laced out. Had you laced out.
No, just keep it. Don't worry about it. Just keep it.
Just keep that.
That's the kind of guy he was. Like, bought Mark Madsen a truck, like, because he wasn't getting around.
Right.
But like, that's who he was, man. Like, Shaq would give you anything. He took care of a lot of people, and like I said, he don't get a lot of credit for that. But I mean, he's always been like that.
He's like a big kid.
Yeah.
If you see him, I mean, the thing, like, he goes in the store, he's like, and the parents will tell the kid to put it back because they can't pay for it. He said, "Nah, I got it."
Right.
He's a oversized. He's a 50-yard. I think Shaq's probably 50, 51, 52, but he's a big kid.
Yeah.
He's a big kid that wants the best for everything, everybody.
Everybody. Yeah.
But he a prankster though.
Oh.
Here we go. Told y'all. Now we about to get into it. Now I gave you that $10,000. Cause he gave you that $10,000. Let me know what he did to you.
A super prankster. So
you already knew this nigga had a story to tell.
One time, Devin George, we're on the team and Shaq had told him to do something. He didn't do it. And so usually he'd like wrap a towel around his hands. He'll punch you and beat you up until you surrender. But this day, like Devin, we had a game, and Devin he didn't do something that morning, bring donuts or the newspaper or something. And Shaq went in the bathroom and he shitted in Devin's shoes. And so,
nigga, I swear I have not seen this. The fact that he's literally said the thing that I told you this nigga does. I told you.
So when he come out of the locker room, he kind of like, knocked it where it comes to like the top of your shoe. And so Devin not knowing we getting ready for the game, Devin not knowing, he comes in, puts his shoe in, and he puts his foot in a pile of shit. Shaq, like he would do stuff like that all the time, like just crazy.
Come on, Shaq.
Yeah, crazy stuff, man.
So what did Devin do?
What could he do? I mean, what you gonna?
He can't do nothing. He done gave you $10,000. You can't do a goddamn thing. You gonna take whatever I give to you, nigga.
Dude, like,
oh man, come on, Shaq, man, that was unnecessary.
He was mad, but like, what could he do? Nothing he can do about that. Like, just take it as a loss. For one, you might get beat up, and then two, you might get cut. So you know what I'm saying?
You was lose. Yeah. But you was.
Boy, Shaq, you got me in stitches. Boy, great joke. That's a great prank right there, man. Fuck.
Also, you played with Dennis Rodman?
Yeah.
Because obviously, he's one of the great small rebounders. He might be the greatest small rebounder in NBA history. You talk about a guy that's 6'7", that led the league in rebounding for like 7 straight years. I mean, he was getting like 17, 18 rebounds a game, which is unheard of. So what was he like? Was he like, because Shaq? I saw Shaq said he didn't like to take showers. He would leave and go straight to the club. So what was he like? Practice behind the scenes.
He was a hard worker. He was quiet. Like, he didn't really do a lot of talking. But when he stepped on the floor, like he gave everything he had every single day.
Wow.
And so the funny thing is, like, when we wore our practice uniforms and stuff, he always wore like pajama pants and like a white T-shirt. That's how he practiced. So, but I mean, just talk to him on the end of the bench because I wasn't playing at the time.
Right.
Like I said, the first 35 games, like I'm on the sideline, he comes sit on the end of the bench and like just talking to me about, what Jordan did and like how Kobe, reminds him a lot of Jordan and the similarities. And we should talk, a lot at the end of the bench, but he wasn't a big talker, hard worker. I don't like the way it ended. They kind of like, made like it was his fault or whatever, but it wasn't.
Was he taking his shoes off at that time?
Oh, yeah. He always had his shoes off. Yeah, he always had his shoes off.
For those who don't know, if the coach didn't do something that Rodman liked, he would take his shoes off and just lay down on the court whenever he just didn't give a fuck. He would just take his shoes off and just lay down. He would just do that he would do that pretty frequently, actually. That was a thing that he did.
And now that I'm older, I see why. Like, it's comfortable, but like I see why. But I mean, he wasn't a problem at all. Like when he was supposed to do his job, he did his job. And you saw it by the fans loved him too when he was here.
Oh, yeah. They love everywhere he's been, the fans love him.
Yeah.
You were the Lakers from 98 to 2001. You won 2 championships. What was that time like? Because L.A. loves winners. And if you win in L.A., you're golden forever.
Yeah, I mean, it was like being, with the Beatles. You had Kobe, Shaq, you had Rick Fox, who was a movie star, and Ron Harper, who already won with Jordan. B. Shaw, D. Fish, then the first one was Glenn Rice. We had Robert Horry and Horace Grant. It was just like traveling with the Beatles, and like every city we went to, Shaq had a birthday party. So I'm like, damn, like when is your birthday? Like every time we went to a new city, like tonight, Shaquille O'Neal birthday bash, and so, when we get there, like the whole team, that's what was different about now and then back then. Our whole team went out, like 15 guys, like every single night. So when we got to a city, we go out, have fun, we kick it. But you knew, like every time we stepped into the arena, like we was gonna win, Like, and so. Like to have that feeling, knowing that when we go into an arena, we're gonna win. Like it was no better feeling. And then, like I said at the time, having the 2 best players in the world, like, I mean, what could you do about that?
Would you say, because you were there, you were in it, would you say guys were closer then, or are teams guys closer now?
Closer then. I mean, because you didn't have the social media. Guys wasn't playing all the video games. It wasn't a lot to do. So guys, we always stay connected. You played cards. You went out together. You went to dinner together. But now with just so much social media and so many, movie outlets and all the different things you can do now, it's totally different. But back then, like we all were together every single day. And like every team I was on back then, it was the same way.
Your coming out, unfortunately for you, was in the NBA Finals because that's when everybody knew like Tyronn Lue was. And you took the assignment of guarding Allen Iverson, who was the MVP that season. And look, he went haywire. He went that first game 1, he went crazy. But you were undeterred. Like when you give it everything you got, it's like, come on, T. Lue, you gotta get bro, I'm giving this dude everything I got.
I mean,
ain't nothing working.
Nah, he's a beast. And like I mean, to be relentless the way he was and how he attacked every single time, and it's crazy. Like he's like probably 2 or 3 years older than me, but I idolized him. Like just how he carried himself. Being 6 foot, with the braids and bringing that hip hop culture to to the NBA.
He has a heavy influence on the NBA.
And so it was crazy. The 2 weeks leading up to the finals, I played AI in practice every single day. So I was able to run fast and forget the triangle. Like I was able to, run fast, shoot all the balls. And so I knew everything, just studying the film, watching him. And
they practice with one another? Interesting.
All of his counters, everything he did. And so in that first half, I didn't play. I was on the side. I didn't play the first half of the game. And so with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter, I'm sitting on the floor, me and Devin George, and then, Phil looks down to the end of the bench, is like, Lube. I was like, I jumped up. At this point, AI had 36 points already.
Man, what you want me to do?
Yeah, with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. He ended with 48. But is
that Shannon laughing the entire time? He's doing it so often that it just feels like a natural ad lib now. But I actually saw him laughing there. Bro, what the fuck is this nigga? What is he doing?
having that chance to play, and like I said, play against someone you idolize and respected so much, and so I know a lot of people make it like a big deal over the step over and all that, but like to me, it's just competing. Like if you play hard, you compete. There's gonna be some things that happen that you don't want to happen. You're gonna get dunked on. You're gonna get crossed over. Whatever it may be. But like they act like he crossed me over. I fell down. He stepped over me. Like he made a good move. I contested the shot, walked back. He stepped over me, and I think the biggest thing was Doug Collins because he steps over Lue. He goes crazy. So then that made a big deal out of it, which it don't bother me.
Bro, nothing he's saying is that funny, bro. Come on, my nigga.
Yeah, people see me all the time like, that's Ty Lue, that's the guy that AI stepped over. So that's how I'm known. Not a 3-time champion or, like nothing like the guy that AI stepped over. So it's whatever.
Was AI the toughest matchup you had? Because you've had to guard. I mean, you've had to guard a lot.
Bro, no way. He's going from right. All right, let's get back to these notes. Is Iverson the toughest guard you had to have? Bro, what the fuck is he doing?
I mean,
no, he was the toughest matchup I ever had to guard, hands down.
But when you look at, because I'm older than they are, and I remember him. He's 6 foot tall, but he thin. Yeah. Did he weigh 160?
160. That's what he weighed. No, that's what he weighed. 160. But man, just speed, athletic ability, the way he attacked you, like his handle, like he could do everything. He could shoot it, mid range, to the rack, finish over bigs, dunk on a big, like get you in foul trouble, and then in transition, he was like a miniature LeBron. Like he was unstoppable in transition, and so he definitely was the hardest guy I had to guard, in my career.
Kobe, you were close to Kobe, and did you guys played a lot of ones?
Yeah.
You get it?
Never, because this guy right here. So a funny story is, so my second year, I think 8th game of the season, I got hurt, so I had to get microfracture surgery.
Okay, and
Kobe had broke his hand, and so. When we got better, like, just rehabbing or whatever. So like for 3 months, me and Kobe worked out every single day. The team was on the road. It's just me and Kobe. And so me and my cousin Doodle, we would go to the gym and we would play one-on-one full court. And I could never beat him. Like I could, because I was a great one-on-one player. And so we'd be in the car, we'd get back and say, man, why you can't beat him? Like I said, man, I don't know. Like, I just can't beat him. And then like 2 years later, he became Kobe. And like, oh, I see why, I see why I could never beat him, But like people don't get the chance to see Kobe had that man handle like the ball on a string.
Yeah.
All that and one stuff and he had all that. Like never lost a handle. Like when you talk about guys like skill-wise, he was one of the baddest guys, like, ever. And so something I had to clean up, I want to clean up today. And I talked to John Sally already. So he told a story on a podcast about Kobe was on the plane and like he was bobbing his head like he was listening to music. And so we was at the card table playing cards and John Sally said, "You're not listening to music, are you?" He's like, "You listen to everything everybody's saying." And he was like, "Yeah, I'm listening to everybody." He's like, "Why are you doing that?" And he was like, to see if somebody talking about it, he said, nobody talking about it, so I just want to make sure I know what's going on or whatever. But John Side told a story that I was talking shit about Kobe. I'm like, Kobe, I would know. He said, no, I didn't say that. It got cut and the snip, how he did. I said, no, you got to clean that up because that's my guy. And I would never talk shit about Kobe, So he said he got a podcast with the same people 2 weeks from now and he's going to clean it up because that's not the way it happened. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Did you know, because sometimes people like, man, did you know he would be that?
I did.
From working out with him, because like you said, you working out behind the scenes. And because, everybody I remember 17-year-old and Dale Harris getting an opportunity in Utah and he airballing the last shot. That's what people like, well, damn. I was like, everybody keeps saying he going to be good. I'm like, well, damn. But I did factor in, I was like, dude's supposed to be a senior in high school, really, though. He ain't supposed to be in the NBA. You could tell that he was going to be that. He was going to be Kobe.
Yeah, but not to factor in the air balls, to factor in he took those shots. The mentality. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
The mentality to take those shots.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Because a lot of times people shy away from it.
They don't want it. Yeah, they don't want it. And I've seen that. And so at 17, 18 years old, to have the mentality to take those shots and shoot the air balls. Like, the thing about Kobe, which is different, is I've never heard him talk about money. Like how much money he made or how much money. It was always about he wanted to be the greatest. Like, I want to be the best. And to see the work he put in every single day, you can tell that's what he wanted to do.
Right.
And just from, like, being there at 5 o'clock in the morning, being the first guy there, working on his body. What 17-year-old guy, is working on their body, getting the soft tissue stuff, eating right.
Mature way beyond his years.
Yeah, like nobody's doing that.
Right.
And so to see all the stuff that he did at that age, it was just phenomenal. You knew he was going to be. I knew he was going to be great. Like, had no doubts about that. Just the work he put in and how hard he worked. It was going to happen.
But I think I forget the outlet. They had Kobe ranked the 11th best player in the history of the game. You played with Kobe. You played in this league. You coached in this league for a number of years. The 11th best player?
I would never say that, but it's my era. I don't know, like back in the day, I can't speak on how great guys was back then because it's still like the TV outlets, the games wasn't on TV.
But yeah.
You heard about it.
The games were tape delayed until.
Yeah. So you never saw it.
Right.
But in my era, if I had to pick and choose and say, was he better than the guys back in the day? Oh, no question at all.
Right.
Like, no question. I mean, to win 5 championships, like I said, to win 2, without Shaq, we thought would never happen. And to do all the things he did, come on, man. Like, no, definitely not 11. That's crazy.
Had Shaq and Kobe stayed together, let's just say they would have had a harmonious relationship. I'm trying to think. It's hard to say because Stockton and Malone wasn't on that level. Stockton was the best player. There was no question about it. No ifs, and a but. It's hard to say.
What? What the fuck did he just say? What the what? Wait, what?
It's hard to say because Stockton and Malone wasn't on that level. Stockton was the best player. There was no question about it. No ifs, and a but. It's hard to say Pippen and Jordan.
I'm assuming he meant to say Malone. Yeah, he meant to stick to them fucking notes. Hey, pick them notes up, nigga. You deviating a little too much.
Jordan was the best player. There's no ifs, and a but. But when you got 2 guys and you got 2 thoroughbreds and they're running and they looking eye to eye, I'm the best. No, I'm the best. I'm the best.
In the world. Not on the team.
Yeah. The world.
In the world, yeah.
Had they been able to coincide, let's just say for another 3 years, how many championships do you think they win?
They could have won 8. And if, I know I wasn't there for the Detroit series or whatever, and I'm glad my best friend Chauncey got a championship. You know what I'm saying? But, there was some bickering back and forth then. They could have, easily won that. But if they had stayed together, they had won 7, 8 championships. Could nobody beat that dude? Somebody might have slipped up and won. Detroit won. Right. And they had a hell of a team. And the job they did was phenomenal. But okay, if you leave outside that year and come back the next 3, nobody's beating them.
The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets, Saturdays just got.
When people say that, they literally lost to the Spurs the year before that. But you got it, I guess.
In this situation, Ty Lue, is Kobe is Kareem and Magic. People don't realize this, but Magic's rookie year, Kareem was MVP.
Right.
Magic was Finals MVP.
Right.
But as they started to progress, Pat Riley said, "I need more from you." He called him Buck. Mm-hmm. That's what he called Young Buck. Yeah. He says, "I need more scoring from you." Magic asked Pat Riley to his face, "You run that by Cap?" Did you clear that with Kareem?
Right.
Because Kareem, he gonna get that thing down on the block. He said, "I'd run it by him." If they could have had that type of relationship, I don't think nobody beat them.
No.
I think they might like the Bulls won 3 and took 2 years off. Yeah. If they'd have had a Kareem and Magic type of relationship, I don't think nobody can beat them.
No, and I'm mad they didn't. I'm mad because that.
The only thing I always disagree with is that part of the reason why Kareem and Magic were able to be dominant as long as they were is because they also just kept talent around them. Part of the reason why they couldn't four-peat had a lot to do with the fact that the talent just wasn't there. The talent was slowly diminishing. And also, and they just don't want to say this, but I know he gave you $100,000, but y'all are saying that Shaq would have been in shape enough to go on another 5 more championships to win 8? They lose in 2004. You're saying they're going to win in 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're going to win all the way up to 2009? What? Shaq didn't even stay healthy enough beyond after like 05, 06. Like what the we saw who Shaq was in 2008 and in 2009. You're telling me that he's going to be in good enough shape to pull off run after run after run after run? No. When we say this shit and I don't think that Ty Lue is trying to pivot it this way. When people say this, it's like it kind of gives credence to this idea oh my God, look what Kobe just threw away to the wind, but it's like, bro, what the fuck are we talking about, bro?
That was greatness.
And we might have never see that again.
No, never.
Because it's a perfect situation, Ty Lue, because you got a big and a little.
Right.
It's a guard and a center.
Yeah.
And you're never gonna get somebody Kobe skill with Shaq dominance.
Right.
You saw it.
Right.
I'm glad I saw it.
Me too. I'm glad I was a part of it.
I'm glad you was a part of it. You got an opportunity to see it up close and personal. How dominant was it on every night? Shaq gonna give you 30, Kobe gonna give you 27.
Yeah.
Kobe gonna go score 40, Shaq gonna give you 30 and 20.
Right.
To watch that every night, and because back then teams have about 4 or 5 bigs, because 2 bigs he fouled them out.
Wow. That's easy. That's
barbecue chicken.
Yeah, foul trouble the first 3 minutes. The starting center is out of the game in the first 3 minutes. And what they don't understand is when you go to Hack-a-Shaq, which is cool, now you in a bonus with 6 minutes to go. Now Kobe goes to work. So any hand check, Kobe's going to the free throw line. You know, so man, come on, man. It just was. He was just so dominant. That's why, when you walk into an arena or you go on the road, can't nobody beat us.
Yeah.
We got Kobe and Shaq. No matter how things go, how bad I'm playing or D-Fish or Rick, it don't matter, B-Shaw. We don't got to make a shot. We know we got at least 70 coming from these 2 guys. And back then, you was only scoring 80. So we got to get 10 points, between
the two.
Yeah,
between the other 7 of us.
Yeah, so shit, it don't matter. They going to get 70. All we got to do is get 10. You know what I'm saying? So it didn't matter, man. And so, that's how great they were. But, a lot of teams have a 1-2 punch, or these are the best 2 players in the world on the same team.
Yes.
When has that ever been done?
Bro, this nigga trying to finish his sentences while also saying right and still laughing, bro. Nigga, goddamn, bro.
Do you think we'll ever see another Shaq? Because people don't realize how Shaq was 7'1", was 325. Shaq could run. Shaq was agile. Shaq could beat. I'm trying to think of somebody that size. Maybe Wilt, but I didn't see Wilt play. Yeah. That's the only person I could think of that was that size that could get up and down the court.
Right.
But people don't realize how athletic Shaq was.
Oh, man. He was super athletic. Take out the glass, push it, go full court, no-look passes, and just seeing, how he moved. He, people give him, stuff about being in the pick and roll, whatever. But, he was agile. He can move, he can side to side laterally, he can up and down, he can do whatever you want. And to be that big and be that dominant, we'll never see that ever again.
No.
I don't, how?
No. Not a guy his size that can move like that. You look, there are guys.
Y'all niggas talking about Wemby and Embiid. All right, y'all niggas got to stop. No, not Giannis. They talking about not just height and length. They're talking about weight as well. They talking about weight, girth, tonnage. That's what they talking about.
Okay, Jokic might can make better shots, that and Joel Embiid. Yeah. But I'm talking about his size, his ability. Nobody will ever be that dominant again.
Never.
Nope. Dude, if you were the coach, let's just say I'm going to make you Phil Jackson, and you're the coach of Shaq and Kobe. How do you keep them together? How do you make peace?
Whatever it takes. No, seriously, you can't lose that. That changes people's lives forever. Not just Shaq and Kobe, what feels already feel.
Right.
But the organization,
right?
All of us role players, that changed our lives forever. Mm-hmm. You keep those guys together, and you get a chance to win 6, 7, 8 championships.
Right.
In LA,
right?
Come on, man. No better thing. And so whatever I had to do, whatever I had to say, I was going to do it, and so, you had to. There's no way you can lose Shaq.
Right.
They had to stay together. And so that was just very disappointing, especially all the success that we had.
Right.
It was disappointing to see that happen.
I think the thing for me is that Shaq replaying in his mind saying he wish he had done things different because he knows he left at bare minimum. He left 2 championships with the Lakers on the court. He knows that.
Right.
He knows it.
I think more than that. But
yes,
at minimum.
Yeah. And so now he sees all these guys winning MVPs and winning titles, and he's like, and people start talking about, well, he's up there. It's like, hold on, wait a minute, y'all forgot about me.
I don't know how. I mean, there's never, like I said, it's never going to be a player like Shaq ever again.
No, not that size, not that athleticism, not that dominant. No,
never.
No.
And so, like I said, I just sad that it happened, the way it did, because they were supposed to be together forever,
right.
In my eyes,
What was Kobe like in practice? Because everybody say, like, look, I mean, Lue will tell the story that he made him take off his shoes because they was bull jiving in the game. They didn't play hard. What was he like in practice? Because we heard the Last Dance, Jordan, how he swung on Steve Kerr, that he was not afraid to approach guys, get in guys' face to make sure everybody was giving their best effort, not in the game, but practice. What was Kobe?
What you saw in the game.
That's
how Kobe. Every single day. Every single day. He wanted to be the best player every single day in practice, in the game, and that's just how he competed, And so every time we got a new player, like, Glenn Rice, and Glenn Rice was a bad dude.
Yeah.
Kobe wanted to play one-on-one to show him, like, this is my team.
Damn.
We got J.R. Ryder, same thing. Like, J.R. Ryder got there. He wanted to play him one-on-one, show him this is my team. Like, because
you used to be mad over there, but not here.
Yeah, and so that's just who he was. Like, competed every single possession, every sprint, every drill. Like, he wanted to be the best, and that's no bullshit. Like, it's every single day he was the same person. What you see in the game, you saw in practice every single day.
You end up leaving, and you go to Washington. You end up at Washington with 40-year-old Jordan. Obviously, he's not the same. He's not the first three-peat. He's not the end three-peat. He's taking time off, and he comes back. But could you see why he was Michael Jordan?
Oh, no doubt. I mean, you see a guy that's 40 years old, and he averaged 21 points a game on one leg. See, people don't take into consideration, like, he played on one leg, one knee,
right.
For 2 years.
Right.
And he averaged 20 points a game, and so.
Yeah, Jordan wasn't, No. Jordan was dealing with, I think it was a meniscus. I can't remember what it was. Jordan was not healthy at all in those years. He wasn't. When he was in Washington, he was not healthy. He was dealing with a, one leg, maybe exaggerating, but he was, I can't remember what he was dealing with, but he was definitely dealing with, an injury.
I could just see coming in to the gym, like Kobe, like I said, was a super worker. And you see a guy like Jordan, you come to practice, 2 hours early, think you coming in about to work out. Jordan's already done. Lathered up, done lifted, sweat on the court, did all his footwork stuff, all his basketball stuff. You're like, damn, like, I came 2 hours early. He's already done at 40. So what was he like at 23, 24, 25? And so you knew that's why he was who he was. And so when I first walked in, I was in awe, like, to be able to play with somebody you looked up to and idolized your whole life, and to be,
He don't even seem real, does he?
No.
People think I'm lying when I say that. The first time I saw him, he levitating, and I'm looking at this man. He probably think he like, man, Sterling Sharp, little brother, look crazy. Because I'm looking at him like he not real.
Yeah.
T. Lue, he not real.
And when people see him, like, he never had a lot of security.
No.
Like, but when people see him, they stop. Like, because they're like in awe, like, oh, that's my. And then before you can really say something, he's already gone.
No.
Like, it wasn't a lot of crowd control.
Right.
Like, because, like, you see him and you just freeze.
Right.
Like, all the other celebrities and stars, and like, people gonna run to him and go crazy.
Right.
Nobody ever really ran to Jordan because
you can't believe it's him.
You can't believe it. Like, it's just like he's walking, like, oh, you tap somebody, you look, you froze. And then you look up, he's gone.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how it was. It never was like and they rush and go crazy, because you just couldn't believe it.
Wow.
And that's just.
And he played at 40, he played all 82.
82 games, second year, yeah.
It seemed to me back then, I mean, he came in that era, it was important to play 82 games.
A badge of honor.
I don't think it's important now.
No,
it's not important now.
It's a badge of honor, especially back then. But if you look at a lot of the medical, the science, it makes sense. It's like to play 82 games. But see, back then we played 82 games, and then you had a 2-hour practice the next day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like now guys play.
And a lot of guys, they were taking commercial flights before this thing got high tech, and they took charter.
Yeah.
Them guys were flying commercial.
Yeah, going to the airport.
Yeah, getting in line with it.
Yeah, sleeping in the airport, leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning to catch flights to go to another city. So it was a badge of honor to play 82 games back then. Like that's what you wanted to do.
Right.
And so, but with the medical and the science how it is today, like it makes sense why a lot of us can't walk now.
Right.
Because like how hard we went, all the practices, all the games.
Right.
So it is a little science to it, but like back then you wanted to play every game.
Right.
That was your mindset.
I've heard a lot of people say in today's game, in the game, the way it's being played and the way it's being officiated today, Jordan at his apex, how many points would he average?
Today?
Yeah.
Oh, man. 45?
You bull jobbing, Ty Lue?
What you mean? You can't tell.
I think I've answered this before. I actually do think at his absolute best, if Jordan really went for it, I think he can get to 40. I think he could. I think he can get to 40. 30, 37, 40. I think he can get that. 45 is adding a little too much sauce on it. And I don't even know if he would actually do it, though. I don't think he would actually do the 40. I don't think he would actually do the 37 because I think Jordan is intelligent enough to realize that there's other ways to just win instead of just going out there putting up a bunch of shots. Also, in today's league, your teammates are just going to be way too talented for you to go out there and just to do that shit. And most coaches would put him in a position to where he would have to be a facilitator as well. Like the way that the game is played, they're going to put the ball in his hands to also facilitate and not just score. But like this obsession with like how high of a number I could get to while I'm bending over backwards for Jordan, I think it's their attempt to explain how dominant Jordan was. But in my opinion, it would actually be a better explanation to say Jordan would probably only get to 35, but his assist numbers would go up and he would still be one of the best guard defenders in the NBA. That to me would be a way better indicator of how good of a player he was instead of just making up a fictitious tale of like how many points he could score. Like it just doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't.
That's nobody. It's a foul. So, I mean, you got the best player in the world. You know what I'm saying? You got the best player in the world.
45, Ty Lue.
What, he averaged 36 one year?
He averaged 37.
37?
Yeah.
So, yeah, add 8 to that. So now every time you get touched, it's 2 free throws.
Right.
So, I mean, like the zone stuff could be a difference. And, like back then with the legal defense. But, yeah, I mean, I don't see like it wouldn't be a year he wouldn't average 45. Wow. You couldn't touch nobody. I mean, you can't touch nobody now. So, like, the physicality's, pretty much gone.
Yeah.
Anything you go into the free throw line and just how smart he was. And especially nowadays.
What he should ask Ty Lue, would you coach him for him to get to 45? Or as a coach in today's league, would you find other ways to just maximize who he is as a player that may not result into him getting 45? That is a question that should be asked, because I do believe, like hypothetically speaking, I think LeBron could have averaged a triple-double. But I don't think no one would ever allow him to do that because there's other ways that he can be impactful besides just him going out there and getting 10, 10, 10 in 3 different categories. Like I think Harden, if he really wanted to, and he said, fuck efficiency, I think he could have averaged 3 or 4 more points and got to 40. Like I think he could have. I think Kobe could have did the exact same thing as well. But there's other things that they decided to prioritize over just putting up massive scoring numbers. Like that's what I believe. I truly believe that.
Like take advantage of these guys, just far as just IQ alone.
Right. What's some of the best advice Jordan gave you?
So when I first came to Washington, so I was in the triangle for 2 years on the field. So when I came to Washington, I was like, man, I guess I got turned loose. Now I can just play my game, and so when I got there, like I was just playing with pace, pushing it, just not understanding really how to play the game,
Right.
but just playing the game. If
Right.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so he just taught me like, different reads, how to run the pick and roll. If a guy's playing you like this, do this. It should be your counter. And he gave me a lot of confidence.
Right.
I think shooting the basketball because, I can shoot, but, when he kick it out to you, like Jordan passed you the ball, you're like, oh, like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, he's like, man, I don't care if you miss 5 in a row. If you open, you got to shoot it.
Right.
And gave me that confidence, which the second year when I was there, I was like second in the league in 3-point shooting. Wow. But it all came from that first year.
Right.
And I don't think I had the confidence that I needed, like I said, to play with Jordan.
Right.
And
I don't know if you were second in the league in 3-point shooting, but I hear you, though. I hear you, Tyler. I hear you.
He gave me that confidence. So going to that second year, I was like, man, I was.
Check that. Already had it up. 38%. Let's figure out. 38%. I don't know if he's talking about volume. 6 he was. So he was actually 1 year. But that wasn't in Washington, though. 6 is in Atlanta. But he misunderstood the year. He didn't know what year he was talking about. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. 2002, or he might be talking about this year, but he wasn't second still though. He was 7th. Let's see who were the players ahead of him. Am I tripping? These are all per 36. Am I stupid? Oh, wait. I'm dumb. I can just do this. There's Ty Lue. Shout out to Steve Smith, 47% from 3. Motherfucking ratchet on him. God damn. John Barry, a nigga I never heard of. Wally, Nash, Hubert Davis, Ty Lue. Shout out to big Ty Lue. I ain't gonna lie though, Smitty, fuck. And that's on volume too. Well, for back then. Actually, what was considered volume back then? Antoine Walker. Now, shout out to fucking Ray. God damn, got a fucking laser on his goddamn arm. Fuck.
Was pissed off because I didn't play the way I wanted to play. I thought I was going to be the starter. Chris Whitney came in, did a hell of a job. He was a starter. He played well. And then Larry Hughes came in. And then I think that second year, I came in with a chip on my shoulder when we got to training camp. Like, I'm coming in to be the starter.
Right.
And that happened for me. But it all came from that first year of Jordan giving me confidence to be the player I wanted to be.
Was he hard on players?
Yes.
Too hard?
No. I mean, if you do your job, you ain't got to be hard on players. Like, just do your job.
Right.
So, like, if you come in every day and do your job.
Right.
I can't be hard on you.
Right.
But if you slacking, if you bullshitting, like, yeah, he wasn't taking that. He wasn't going to tolerate that, and so.
So he was almost like he was a player coach.
Yeah, on the floor.
Right.
Like, if you slack and you're not doing what you're supposed to do,
right,
he's going to call you out. He's going to challenge you. If you can't handle the challenge, then you just can't play.
Right. Because he took a 17-year-old kid from Glenn Academy in Kwami Brown. And Kwami is a 6'11". He was, and everybody said, well, you took this guy, but I mean,
I was
exactly,
so
yes.
If you put a 17, 18-year-old kid and guys that, 10,
all-stars and all NBA.
Play with LeBron and, get to Cleveland, couldn't make a shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, scared to death. So you can imagine, like, an 18-year-old Kwami. And Kwami was talented. He was skilled. And he had great years. He played, 12 years, 13 years?
Yes.
And he was a really good player, And so people look at, what he should have done from the expectations of being number one pick, playing with Jordan. But Jordan put a lot of.
Right. If let's just say for the sake of argument, he's still the number one pick and he goes somewhere else. Does his career turn out different, you think?
I think so. because now he's being featured. The mistakes he's made, the mistakes he made are not being magnified now.
Right.
You're not on TV because Jordan is there.
Right.
So you're probably going to a worse team. Jordan, when he came to Wizards, we was bad, but we had a TV time.
Right.
You
still had Jordan, and then with Jordan, there's expectation.
Exactly. And so if he went to another team, he'd have been, it'd have been a lot different. He would have been able to make those mistakes as an 18-year-old kid, and he'd been able to grow and learn, instead of
at his pace. Everything, when you play with a historically transcendent great player, everything gets sped up. Ain't no learning.
None.
You got, go. I ain't never driven before.
Right.
Drive.
Right. Yeah. And that's how it was, And so but Kwame, he was, man, that was the right pick. He was a bad dude.
Also on that team was Charles Oakley. Now Oak, my boy.
Yeah.
Now Oak is no nonsense. He ain't gonna take no mess.
Right.
Do what you're supposed to do. He old school. What was it like playing with Oak?
I loved it. Yeah, I loved it. First of all, I walked around, thought I had security everywhere I went. So I wasn't really tripping off nothing. But what Oak was really good at, he was a chef.
Yeah.
And so we would go to,
he loved to cook.
Yeah. He would cook for us like 2 times a week. He's, throw down, with the best of them. But, Oak taught me a lot too. Like I said, just, being on time, being a pro, putting in the work, how he saw the game, because he could really pass, just seeing the game, different reads, and so he really was a mentor, like you said, to Kwame and our younger guys. 'Cause we had a young team.
Yes.
Heidi White, Eton Thomas, like those bigs, like Brendan Haywood, like those guys looked up to Oak, and he really showed them a lot as well. And just, bringing that professionalism as being a, older vet, he was really good for us.
NBC got the NBA pack, got a part of the NBA package back. One of their contributors, analysts, is going to be Michael Jordan. What type of analyst? I can just imagine the first time he criticized somebody. They are going. I wonder if they're going to say he don't know what he's talking about. Right. Or what did he? Because they say that about everybody else. They say that about everybody else. Well, he wasn't that good. He wasn't that good. So I wonder if Jordan ever says he didn't play well, somebody didn't play well. What will that guy say?
I think they'll take it, but I don't think it's more so to be critical or critique. I think it's more so to be around the game.
Right.
Like we need them.
Right.
Like we miss them.
Right.
And so.
The one thing I will say, and that's kind of fucked up about Kobe passing, is that there is just a void and a gap in between eras now. And I think that's what's desperately lacking. I think that is by far the biggest thing that's lacking in media, that there is the profound voice that needs to be there, because since Michael decided not to, especially because he's an owner, the only player is Shaq, and Shaq isn't, he's Shaq. So there is a gap, and I came to this conclusion when I listened to KG's podcast with him and Pierce, and I'm like, man, it's so great. It's great to hear them talk, but Kobe should also be Kobe is the one that should be providing it. Yeah, Tim is too private. A lot of the other players are in coaching, like Steve Nash. He's coaching right now. A lot of them just don't. They're not going to be, out and about having these conversations with people. And Jordan doesn't want to say anything, which is fine, But then we got to listen to fucking Reggie Miller talk, and it's like, fuck, I don't want to hear that. Barkley is still yapping. Don't want to hear that either. Kenny Smith. And then you go back even further to Magic. It's like, bro, there's a void. And it's kind of, it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. And I definitely know, Denver, I definitely know that Kobe would have been more vocal, a bit more integral to bridging the gap. Well, a lot more. And that is also true to AD MVP. A lot of these players they playing so damn long, man. Bron, Chris Paul, KD, Curry, all these niggas still in the league. So we would have gotten them already in media by now, which some of them we have through podcasting, but they just in the league so long. I think even Melo's stories to me are even still a bit more interesting.
We bought the team. You go play there once a year.
What does that mean, Raquel? Damn, look, can we get more time?
Right. You see him sometimes.
Right.
but like I think we need him around the game.
Right.
You know, and so for our younger guys to be able to see him and see who he is and, you know, what he's done for this league and, you know, be around the greatest, like.
How they pull that off? NBC, I'm trying to figure out how they pull that off because he's a guy like, you know, he likes to be, he's ultra competitive.
Right.
He got a fishing team. He used to have a motorcycle team. He has a NASCAR team. So he likes to compete, but he likes to compete.
Right.
Like him.
Right.
He liked to be on the boat fishing. He liked to be around the cars. He liked
golfing.
Man, yeah, playing cards. I don't know. I know you got them card stories because he was a card. Boo Ray was his Boo Ray Gus. That's the tongue. Oh my goodness. He loves being competitive. I'm just anxious to hear to see how he sees the game and what he's going to say about the game. Does he like the way the game is being played? Does he like all these three-point shots? Does he like all these guys? I mean, there are some guys ain't got no business taking a three-point shot, but the analytics say they need to get up 30. This team needs to get up 30 a game, so anybody can shoot them.
Yeah.
I'm just anxious to hear what he has to say about that, Luke.
Yeah, no, I think
when niggas say that, it always just bothers me when people say that. Because, like, you could probably count on your hand how often someone who can't shoot is out there shooting a bunch of threes. Like, that is way more common in the 90s and 2000 than it is right now. Like, back then, there were genuine players who were attempting a lot of threes and there was no actual evidence that they should be shooting that many threes. Like, literally none. I can't count on, like, Terry Rozier shouldn't be taking that many threes. Like, Terry Rozier immediately comes to my mind that he should not be taking that many threes. But, like, there's no evidence of, like, there's this wide spread of players who are bad three-point shooters who shouldn't be shooting threes. And then I always just think to myself, like, I wonder if there was ever a statistic of us being able to just readily have available long 2-point percentages. Because, bro, back in the day, it's the same shit. It's the same thing. It is the same thing. It's the same shit.
That would be interesting, you know, but I think, to me, I think it's going to be more there to help. I think, you know, help the young guys.
Right.
Just help the game grow. You know, he wasn't a big three-point shooter, so
no.
I think it's that the mid-range game is a lost art.
It is.
And if teams are going to play in deep drops and let you come off and take that shot, then why would you master that shot?
Right.
Like, why would you master the shot the teams are giving up? And if you see all the game winners or all the clutch shots or big shots in NBA history throughout the playoffs, they're all mid-range.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're never like, 20, 30 foot through. Like, Steph can make some, you know, but other than that, it's always a mid-range shot that wins that game.
Right.
You know, and so why not master and be great at something that teams are giving up?
Right.
You know, so I think he'll be here just to help and enhance the game, like you said, as best he can.
You played with T-Mac at two stops. You was at T-Mac in Orlando and in Houston, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's been a lot being said. And I think T-Mac said it first that had he been on that Lakers team, that he believed they'd have won as many championships as Shaq and Kobe. Shaq co-signed what he said. And a lot of people are like, come on, bro. Everybody just got revisionist history now.
Right.
And not to say T-Mac wasn't a good, but do you believe they would have won as many championships? Because I hate when people do this, T. Lue.
Yeah.
A great player. Well, if you'd have put him on that team, it doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
It doesn't work like that. But I think they definitely would have won. Like, I don't know what degree,
right.
But T-Mac he had no weaknesses. Defensively, he can guard 1, 2, 3, 4. He's 6'9".
Right.
Offensively, run, pick and roll, make the right pass, make the right play, post up, either shoulder, turnaround jump shot, mid-range pull-ups, can finish, athletic. And like I said, I think with coaching and I think being in the triangle, like I said, Whitfield, he would have flourished. Like, he definitely would have flourished. And then you got Shaq, who's, like I said, the best player in the world, but like, I don't know if...
What did he say that was funny? Why did he just start laughing? What the fuck?
You got Shaq, who's, like I said, the best player in the world, but like, I don't know if, like, it's just hard to compare.
It
is. What I'm saying? But like, what Cole brought every single day, with the mentality that he had every single day, like, you got to bring that, and you had to have that and bring it to Shaq every day.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if T-Mac could have done that.
Right.
Like,
he agreed with me. Oh, so he agreed with me. I said the exact same thing. I think a lot of people do not thoroughly comprehend. I'm going to replay it. I don't think a lot of people thoroughly comprehend what it was like to really play with Shaq and the type of mentality and attitude you would have to not only have to play alongside Shaq, but to also bring to Shaq's front door. I don't think a lot of people realize that.
Single day, with the mentality that he had every single day, like you got to bring that, and you had to have that. It's hard. He's the best player in the world, but like I don't know if like it's just hard to compare.
It
you know
is.
What I'm saying? But like what Cole brought every single day, with the mentality that he had every single day, like you got to bring that, and you had to have that and bring it to Shaq every day.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if T-Mac could have done that.
Right.
Like,
because you got to push Shaq.
Yeah, Shaq. And so Cole pushed Shaq every day. So like, if T-Mac could he have done that? I mean, I don't know that. But as far as talent wise, I mean, he was, like I said, one of the most talented guys we've seen in this game. So I think he definitely would have won.
Thank you. Because that is a factor that so many people decide to just overlook. Bro, you have to push Shaq to get to that point. That's why that should be blowing my mind where people be thinking like, they're going to win 9 championships. Like, bro, what the fuck are we talking about?
One, but it's not the talent and the court stuff. It's the challenging Shaq every day, calling Shaq out when he's,
when he's not doing what he's supposed to do.
When Shaq calls you out, can you handle it? You know, all that stuff plays a part, and then having Phil Jackson as well.
Right.
So I think, like I said, it could have happened, for sure.
I think Phil, not to say Phil doesn't know, but I think Phil does a great job of managing egos.
Yes.
I think that's his greatest thing, is that when you got Jordan, but I don't think Jordan had a rival. Jordan didn't have an equal in Chicago. So it was easy. I mean, Pippen might say that I was just as good as Jordan. I could have been this and that. That's fine to say now. But Kobe really felt that he was on Shaq's level.
Right.
Shaq really felt that that Kobe. So you got these two horses like that, and Phil had to somehow juggle that, T. Lue.
I'll tell you how he did it.
How he did?
Day one, he came in and he went at Kobe and Shaq about everything they had to do to be better for this team to win, and he coached them harder than he coached us. Like we never really, we had film sessions. It was all Kobe and Shaq. It wasn't never Rick Fox. It wasn't never Harper. It wasn't never Horace Grant.
Really?
No, it wasn't. It was always Kobe and Shaq. What y'all need to do. What you need to do. What you didn't do. How you didn't do it. And so he was hard on those guys. That first year, every single day, on Kobe and Shaq, on Kobe and Shaq. And so if you get your top 2 players and your best players to buy in,
yes,
what are we gonna do?
Right. You got no choice.
Yeah, got no choice. And that's how he did it. And that's how he led. And so it just made it easy. Like D-Fish and those guys, they didn't have to worry about nothing. It was Kobe and Shaq.
It's funny that you say that, because I want to transition. I want to ask you, how? Because in football, coaches yell and scream at the best player, so that's some horse, bull jive. But it seems like in basketball, man, y'all be tiptoeing around the superstar. Y'all don't be saying like in football. But you said Phil challenged Kobe, challenged Shaq. How delicate of a line must you walk when you're dealing with that level of player? Back
then, you didn't have to worry about it as much, but then that was Phil Jackson.
Right.
So he comes in with instant credibility.
He got 6 championships.
He already won 6 championships. We just got swept in the first round by Utah the year before.
Right.
So we had no choice but to listen, But nowadays it's a fine line, because back then the coach had all the power.
Right.
And so you couldn't go to the coach, I want him fired, I want him out. They wasn't doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like back then, the coach had all the power. And so now it's changed. So if the star player don't like what the coach is saying and you get on the bad side with a star player,
he can get you up out of there.
He can get you out of there. And so that's why it's a fine line, because the coach doesn't have the same authority that they had back in those days.
Right.
Now, the perfect follow-up would be, since you are a coach in the league, and that's something that you have to overcome, how did you do it with Braun, Kyrie, now with Kawhi? You had PG, Russ, Hart. What is that like for you right now? Okay, keep watching. Okay, That is the best transition.
So now you got to walk that fine line because, you can do it. You can do it, but and take the chance or take the risk. But I'd rather take the risk than rather, have a guy walk all over me.
Yeah.
I'd rather just take that chance. So it is what it is.
You're like, hey, nah, bro, nah.
I mean, you gonna let them get away with what they get away with at times, but like some stuff you just can't let.
Right.
You just can't let.
Because the thing is,
you lose the locker room.
There you go. Mm-hmm. And that's what I tell people all the time. I say, they see it.
Mm-hmm.
I say, and then they go like, well, if he's doing it, even though they're not the caliber of player that said player is, if you let him skate too much, then all of a sudden they're going to start coming late. They're going to start missing this. They're going to start doing certain things. And then after a while.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like any company. Like if you're bringing me in $50 million a year and I'm bringing in 50,000. You're gonna get away with more than I get. I mean, you should. Like,
yeah, exactly.
So don't worry about. Don't keep a scorecard.
Production intolerance.
Yeah, don't keep a scorecard on what everybody else is doing.
Right.
Like, you just handle your own business.
Right.
And so in any sport or any business, like the top dogs gonna get away with more. But like if it's something that's destroying the team or messing up the team, then you gotta address those things. But you can't like come late every day. You can't like that's just disrespectful to everybody.
With the Rockets, Thibodeau was on that staff.
Assistant coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nigga, you told me to wait and keep watching. He ain't do it. What the fuck? Or does he do it later on?
He got let go by the Knicks. And me, from the outside looking in, I'd like to hear what you think.
Nigga.
I thought that once they beat the Celtics, because I don't think anybody thought the Knicks was going to go to the NBA Finals.
Nigga, I want to hear about Thibodeau.
I mean, it's the first time you've been to the conference finals.
Yeah.
Nigga, I don't want to hear this.
I don't think
This nigga, look at your notes. Fuck.
anybody thought the Knicks was going to be a.
Oh, I don't want to hear this.
You want to fire that coach? Like, it don't make sense.
That's
and so
I agree. I agree.
And
I was surprised that happened.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, Tibbs did a extraordinary job, and then to get that team there. But like now, when you come in looking at it, okay, we go to the conference finals. And now what's the next coach supposed to do? Like Mike Brown, who's a hell of a coach.
Yeah.
So now if you don't make the Eastern Conference Finals,
yeah.
It's like, it's just tough. It's kind of like the situation I was put in Cleveland.
Yes.
Like we made the finals, with Coach Blatt, and now you bring me in midway through the season. If we don't make the finals and go to Game 6, then I'm a failure. That's a tough spot to be in.
It is. It absolutely is.
It's crazy.
But the knock is always on Tibbs. Is that he grinds his players. He got them playing 40-plus minutes in the regular season. When you play...
This nigga brought up David Blatt and everything. He gave him another layup. Bro, you have to fucking hit it out the park, nigga.
That many minutes. At some point in time, you grind them down. I mean, I'm looking at Mikal Bridges playing 45 minutes. I'm looking at Brunson playing 43 minutes. I'm looking at OG playing all those minutes. And then...
Whatever it takes.
Not in the regular season, T-Lo.
Man. Listen, you do whatever it takes to win. You got to get there. Like, no, I'm saying, like, I mean, what you want? I mean, you don't want guys to practice,
right?
And now you don't want guys to play. Like, they already get games off, but you don't want them to play minutes either. Like, I mean, I don't know.
What's a practice? So give me a practice. Okay, when you got to the league, your practice compared to the practice that you run now.
Okay, so when I first got to the league, you play a game.
Yeah.
The next day, you got an hour and a half, 2-hour practice taped. You're live. Contact, body on body, getting better every single day. Now, game, practice the next day is going to be a walkthrough. You ain't going to have no contact. Guys are not going to go full speed. You probably got 30 to 40 minutes because, we just had a game last night. What does that mean? Like, so no practicing. So, I mean, it's a big difference. It's a huge difference,
But the thing is, think about it, T. Lue. The way you guys did it and you played the many games you played and the way you practiced, you guys had less injuries back then than you do now.
You had to train your body. I think you had to train your body for that. But the thing now the guys my age, we can't walk. I mean, we're paying for it now, in our older age, But back then, like, I think you got to train your body, like you said, to get to that point.
To withstand that.
And if you go into the finals, like extra 2 months of the season, like you got to train your body. And I think there's no better way than playing games, playing minutes, and getting in game shape.
Right.
And when I was coming up, guys wanted to play more minutes. like you always cried about playing more minutes,
Right.
you know. So now guys are crying about playing too many minutes, you know. So I mean, it's a fine line. You can't run guys into the ground,
Right.
you know. But if you're not practicing and all we got is getting his games from you,
Right.
like we need 45 tonight. We need
Right.
45 tonight. Like, you know what I'm saying?
We need whatever it takes
to win.
Right.
You know.
Dirk, you played with Dirk. What was Dirk like?
A quiet assassin, a quiet leader. He did a great job of just, you know, giving everybody confidence and bringing everybody along. Like he was happy for other guys' success. You know, like Jason Terry and, you know, when guys play like
So he's not really that great of a conversationist or whatever the word is. I thought Shannon Sharp was better than this. He's not that good. He just leans heavy on his guest. He's actually not that good at all. Interviewer, yeah, he's actually not.
he was happy for that. Like he was.
It's not, I understand you have to like go in order, and I'm not saying that, but it's like if you have to go in order so much so that you can't make a one pivot just so the conversation can flow naturally, that's fucking crazy.
Wasn't a guy that demanded the ball, like, man, get me the ball, I gotta have shots.
Right.
None of that. And you look up and like, damn, he's 6th or 7th all time in scoring in NBA history. Like I would have never thought that. You know, since coming out in the draft together,
Right.
and then having a chance to play those 2.5 months with Dirk, like just like all great players, worker, first one in the gym, last one to leave, working on his body, working on his game, and what he's able to do, man, like I would never saw that coming. Like,
Really?
No, never. I would never saw that coming. But then having a chance to play with him and just seeing how he worked and the work he put in, like he was an ultra talent.
That one-legged step back.
Oh, unstoppable. Unstoppable. Comparable to Kareem's hook.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
And now you see how many guys you see shoot that one-leg step back.
KD and all, can't stop it.
When you can make a case that the most impressive championship ever won is Dirk's. You look at who he beat.
Yeah.
They swept Kobe.
Yeah.
And they had just come off back-to-back.
It's such like an awkward transition. Like, fuck. Like he just, I don't know, bro.
Yep.
They went through a young Thunder team, and then what they did to the Big Three Heat.
Yeah.
With
Dirk.
Bro, he played 17 games in Dallas. 17.
Sitting back, you're watching that. Did you think that Dallas could beat the Heat?
I didn't think they had a chance. But like I said, that zone that they had was, you know, it was really hard to figure out. Defensively, they were really good. And then just they all clicked. They all clicked in the way they played. The style they played was like Jason Terry, you know, what he did. Then Dirk, then J. Kidd, you know. I think it was Sean Marion, right?
Yep.
Sean Marion, you know. So the roles those guys played, and, you know, they bought into their roles. They were starring their roles. Like, they just had a complete team that knew how to – remind me a lot of Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
Yeah, when
that
they
team
won.
to beat the Lakers, yeah.
Same thing, you know, except they didn't have a star like Dirk, but, like, they all just fit together. They all play their role, and they had –
The next question he asked him is going to be about him getting back to the finals in 2009 with the Orlando Magic.
really good pieces.
You were on that 09 team, the Magic team.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. No, I didn't pre-watch. I just realized he's just going down every single year in his career and not actually having a fucking conversation with him. He started in LA, then he went to Washington. He talked about Houston playing with McGrady, but he only played with McGrady for literally 21 fucking games. Then next is Atlanta, but no one in Atlanta is important enough to really talk about. So he skipped Atlanta, went to Dallas. After Dallas, he went to Milwaukee, but there's no one in Milwaukee important enough to talk about. And so now he's in Orlando. Nigga, his notes is literally just a basketball reference page.
And you guys lost. Did you talk to Kobe before or after the
Yeah, I talked to him. Yeah, I talked to him, and we talking stuff back and forth like all the time. Like he just, he's a competitor.
Yeah,
he always talking shit. But he was he was locked in. He was locked in. He really wanted that one bad.
Yeah,
he really wanted that one bad.
Because that was the one that was.
Yeah,
that was the one that was going to tie him with Shaq at 4.
Yeah. and he wanted that one bad. And you could just see when he got that one, man, he was a different person.
Yeah.
You know, and but that Orlando team,
you had Dwight Howard was on that team.
Yeah.
How good? Talk to us about Dwight, because I think Dwight gets unfairly criticized because he laughing and joking. Everybody doesn't have to have a scowl on their face to get the job done.
Right.
There's a myriad of ways to do a lot of different things, but end up at the end of the day getting the job done.
Yeah, tell us about that. Those 14 games you played with Dwight. Go in great detail about that. And then that one playoff game you had, because you only played one playoff game. You played a whopping 3 minutes in a playoff. So tell us about what you gathered in those 2 weeks with Dwight.
Yeah. I mean, people want to criticize for anything.
Yes.
You know, so I wouldn't even, look and read into any of that. But he was dominant. Like, he was dominant. And, what I give Dwight credit for is, Stan Van Gundy, who was the coach, he did a hell of a job. And you remember Jameer Nelson, who went down. He went down, and he still was an all-star that year, but Jameer was playing out of this world. Mm-hmm. And he went down, so they brought me over there halfway through the season, but I was done. That was my last year. And then they brought Rafer Alston in, who had a hell of a year and really saved their season.
Right.
But Dwight's dominance, like, on the defensive end, like, it was like no other.
Right.
Like, I've never seen a guy to be able to impact and dominate the game defensively, like Dwight was able to do. Rebounding, shot blocking, pick and roll defense. And then what Stan did to take a lot of pressure off him, which was smart, is he didn't feature Dwight in the post, like coming down just throwing post ups and putting that pressure on him to score that way. It was more out of pick and rolls, he's rolling, throw it back, Rashard Lewis down the gut, deep seals, finish, or pick and roll, Turkaloo, lobs. And so he was able to finish and get dunks and, seal and be right on it. Like, it wasn't, he didn't have to use skill. Right. I thought it was very smart for a young player. Like, if that was Kwami coming in, we're not going to throw you the ball in the post. Right. We're going to, feature you this kind of way. And he had time to grow. Mm-hmm. It would have helped him out a lot. Right. And that's what Stan did. And like I said, Dwight really, bought into that, bought into being Defensive Player of the Year, bought into, like I said, rolling, sealing, lobs, duck ends, running the floor.
Somebody asked me, predict what he's going to say next. He's going to ask him about his time with the Boston Celtics, what it was like to, be around Doc Rivers and all those veterans.
And, to take that team to the finals, like I said, Stan Van Gundy, like I said, he did a hell of a job. And but Dwight, like I said, what he's able to do defensively and dominate the game defensively, it was great to see.
Do you believe Dwight Howard should have been a top 75 player?
Yes.
I do too.
Yeah.
They did him wrong, man.
Yeah. No, he should have been. He should have been.
Your coaching crew, the Celtics. You got KG, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, Rondo. I mean, you look at that squad. How? Because now this is really your first foray into, like, being.
That nigga tried to get him into a top 75 combo. That nigga just said, yeah. So he had to take a deep breath, go into his notes. Coaching, that's what's next.
Man.
Yeah. No, he should have been. He should have been.
Your coaching crew, the Celtics.
Ty Lue looked at that fucking binder in his lap.
Yeah,
look,
he should have been.
Look at him like noticing the fucking binder. Oh my God, bro. Talk to this nigga, man. Just talk to him.
Your coaching crew, the Celtics. You got KG, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, Rondo. I mean, you look at that squad. How? Because now this is really your first foray into, like, being with, I'm talking about great players. KG, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, all of those guys are Hall of Fame.
Shannon, you said it already. Just get to the question. Ty Lue will fill in the rest. Hurry up and get to the question.
I believe eventually Rondo probably was going to get into the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. Lou, how do you Because everybody say, man, Lue's a player's coach. A lot of times the guys go talk to you when they didn't talk to the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
They could talk to you, they could relate. Even though Doc played the game, you played the game, and a lot of players say, I like talking to the coach that actually plays the game.
Right.
Because he sees it through my lens.
Shannon, hurry up. You're just yapping. Get to the fucking question. Because we got to talk about how Doc, then he followed Doc to the Clippers after this. So once you get done with the players convo, then talk about Doc, and then Doc with his time with the Celtics and the Clippers. But hurry up and get done with the question, Shannon. You're dragging it.
See it through his lens. So how have you been able to be so relatable to players while still holding them accountable?
I think a thing I learned from B. Shaw, like from my rookie year, my second year in the league, he taught me, tell the truth. Like, just seeing him be able to tell Kobe and Shaq the truth. Like, when they mess up, like, man, no, it was your fault. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't go blaming Devin George. Like, it was your fault. Like, and B. Shaw did that every single time. And I'm, like, just looking at him. And he's like, man, you just got to be able to tell the truth. Mm-hmm. And so, it took me a long way because when you tell the great players and the star players, like, when KG come out of the game, he might be going crazy.
Man, if this nigga doesn't do this, if he doesn't, I swear, if this nigga follows his script and he does not pivot to asking, well, how do you do that for LeBron, Kyrie, Kawhi, Paul George, James Harden? If he doesn't pivot, I swear to fucking God, this nigga is giving him layups, chat. This pause is crazy.
I didn't foul him. And, Scalabrine be like, man, you didn't foul him. He like, Lue, you fouled him. And then he like cuss me out or whatever. And then 3 minutes, you right, Lue, give me a dab. You know what I'm saying? But you just got to tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? I think stars and guys that, whatever, people respect the truth. Whether they like it at that point or not. Like, if you're real with yourself, 2 days later you come back like, you know what, Shannon, you was right. Like, I was wrong. Like, you were right. And they can respect that. But when I'm lying to you.
Yes, you do.
Like, if you drop a pass, it was a great pass. If you drop it, and I said, man, that's a bad pass. Like, no, he threw that. That shit was right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, if I'm lying to you. Like, and you respect honesty. Right. And that's kind of like, how I was able to deal with
Bro, if this nigga goes to his Clipper years or if he talks about Doc Rivers, bro, I'm going to be fucking pissed.
These guys are just telling the truth.
Right. So how was it going from playing with Shaq to coaching Shaq?
The last year in Boston?
Yeah.
I really didn't have a responsibility.
Right.
So, who was?
It's a bad question. This is such an abnormal question. I know it's there, but we'll see.
So we had Tibbs my first year doing the defense, then Lawrence Frank. Was Longobardi doing defense then? Maybe. I think Mike Long. So I really didn't have no responsibility. I was still behind the bench. So it was just more so just, him talking.
Shaq wasn't on the team. When did Shaq join them? Shaq was on the team on 2011. His last year in the league was 2011. Ty Lue was his first year as an assistant coach was 2011, 2012. He wasn't on the team. That's why this nigga's trying to remember, like, damn, what was I doing for Shaq? You wasn't doing nothing for Shaq because you weren't there. Oh, this nigga sucks. Oh, my God. This nigga sucks. All them fucking notes. And at this point, you could have easily pivoted to like LeBron or something. This nigga sucks.
Stuff all the time, but I didn't really have a lot of responsibility. I just really dealt with Doc more one-on-one than my projects was I had Rondo and I had KG.
Right.
Two of the craziest guys on the team. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, both are fiery.
Yeah.
Both are, in your face. Hey, get it done. Right. So how do you navigate that?
Like I said, tell the truth. I think because
you just asked the same question. Oh no, Shannon, you're washed.
KG and Chauncey, we were all three best friends.
Right.
So me
Okay.
going to Boston, that was easy. And
Right.
so he was there before me, and so a lot of stuff he was doing, like guys would be like, okay, well, KG's going to do this, he's going to do that. And so when I first got there, like they would serve food after the game.
Right.
And so it's kind of like really how it opened up for me. So they would serve food after the game. And so they would put the food in the locker room, and the coaches would never eat. So one day I'm hungry as hell. So I walk in the locker room and I start fixing me a plate. And then so Paul Pierce and Rondo, KG, T. Lue's getting food. And I was like, what? So I'm getting my
snitchy.
Yeah, so I'm getting my food or whatever. So KG come, what? He said, man, T. Lue getting food. He's like, shit, I can't do nothing about that. So he's like, what? So so they going crazy, like, oh man, you let TJ. So then after that, now all the coaches were able to come in and get food. So before the coaches couldn't eat until all the players ate first. Really? I'm like, man, we've been up doing scouts and working at 7 a.m. Man, you crazy. I'm hungry. Like, we're doing the same thing. And so they couldn't touch the food until the players ate first.
Right.
So I'm like, man, hell no, you tripping. So when I did that, it kind of opened up everything. So
Right.
guys like, oh man, KG let T. Lue do whatever you want to do. And so then after that, I just had all their respect. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
KG, everybody talks about KG trash talking. You see him on his pod now, and then you see him. You hear some of the clips. He really talk that much?
Yeah, he does. It's more so to get himself going.
Right.
He wants you to talk back so he can, you ever heard don't poke the bear.
Right.
Like he tried to get himself going by talking trash and talking stuff to get himself fired up. But he was good at it. That's what he wanted to do.
Rondo, can you tell, for me, I have former teammates that became head coaches. When you're playing with a guy, can you tell he has the qualities, the attributes to be a head coach?
Yes. And it's funny because I didn't know I was going to be a head coach.
Really?
When I played for Doc in 2003, he told me, said, when you get done playing, you can come coach with me. Like, yeah, right. I ain't coaching these.
And he didn't know that. That's why even I knew, you played with him, your relationship with Doc, how Doc, you were coached by Doc, you coach alongside Doc, and when Doc made the transition to the Clippers, you went alongside with him as well. I don't think he knows that. So now he's just going down the list. Also, I wonder if he's actually going to ask him about, because the dynamic that you would ask about the Celtics at this point, isn't it about KG and Rondo? The dynamic would be about Rondo and Ray Allen, about how that relationship soured and what ended up happening and what went wrong. But I don't think this nigga knows any of that shit.
Crazy. I ain't doing that. But when it's over, that's all we know.
Right.
That's all I know is basketball.
Right.
And so Rondo's one of those guys. He's definitely a head coach. Just seeing, he's probably the best person I've seen as far as controlling the game, understanding how to call plays.
Right.
When guys haven't had a shot, when KG needs a shot, when Ray needs a shot, what to call, what to run. He ain't had to look over a doubt. You would be surprised at all the guys that are great players that can't control a game and call plays throughout the course of a game. But Rondo was the best guy I've seen do that as far as just controlling the whole game. Just calling. Don't even have to look at doubt.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just controlling the game, calling the game. And he was the best I ever seen doing that. And so, when you're able to do that on the floor, you can do it on the sideline.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Rondo would be a hell of a coach.
But how difficult was that? Because you got a young Rondo, and you got a veteran in KG, you got a veteran in Paul Pierce and Ray Allen, and to see this young guy come in and do that and let Doc have that kind of control.
It was good because he wasn't looking for shots. Now, if I'm calling my own play and I'm shooting 20, I'm saying 20 shots a game. But he was just doing. He
you yelling? Oh my god!
Get KG going, get Paul going, get Ray going.
Right.
They had no problem with it.
Right.
I don't want coming in shooting all the balls. You know what I'm saying? So it was. They loved it.
Was it because I hear he and the reunion. He and Ray didn't get along. Him and Paul Pierce and KG for the longest time, and I think for the most part, they've kind of made some amends about Ray going to it. So what was Rondo's personality like?
He had a tough personality.
Really?
Rondo fight the drop of a dime. He ain't taking nothing from nobody.
Nobody.
And he had that mentality. And so my job was to more just talk to him about how to control it.
You got to control it, bro.
How to control it. Like, it's going to be times for it. Like, I'm all for it. Like, somebody got a line, you got to scrap, you just got to scrap.
Right.
I believe in that, but it can't be controversy all the time.
Right.
And so you got to be able to control it and be able to manage it. And, at times it's going to be called for, but sometimes it's not going to be called for.
Right.
And so you just got to be able to be able to manage that. And so, but he's a feisty guy, hates to lose, wants to win. And if he don't win, like I said, he's ready to scrap. You know what I'm saying?
Are you surprised that he's not in the league? Because I thought he played extremely well. The Lakers in the bubble.
What? And you surprised that Rondo's not in the what? Nigga, what? Do y'all know how old Rondo is right now? Are you surprised that Rondo, aged 40, is not in the league? He's 39 going on 40. What in the fuck? Isn't he behind somebody's bench right now? Isn't he a coach somewhere? Yeah, that's what I thought. What is Rondo doing? Nigga, are you surprised that Rondo isn't in the league? Nigga, he's 40. Before the 24-25 season, Rondo was invited by Doc Rivers, his former head coach with the Boston Celtics, to serve as a guest coach at the Milwaukee Bucks training camp. Rivers said Rondo would be around the team part-time and was considering a future in coaching, but was focused primarily on training his own son as a basketball player. So there you go. Bro, Shannon, how do you not... Fuck. Nigga, go off them notes, nigga. I can tell you not...
I thought, the years he played with the Lakers, I thought he was phenomenal.
Yeah. How old is he now, though?
He might be
even he said the same. Shannon! Fuck.
a long, it might be.
Yeah.
He got to be
This nigga is better at your job.
39.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Nigga couldn't even know his... Oh,
I mean... if guys could do it, he could be one of the guys who do it.
Because he seemed like he take care of himself.
Take care of his body, control the game without having to get shots.
Right.
From that aspect, it reminds you a lot of CP.
Right.
Like being able to just control the game and get guys quality shots every single possession. He's that guy.
But you look at, you wouldn't think, but he has a game where he dropped 40. He's had 24, 25, 27 assists in a game.
Yeah. 40 what? What? 40 what? 40 what? Was he about to say 40 assists? What is this nigga talking about, bro? Bro, 40 points? In 2012? Nigga, come on.
It's not like he was like people think, oh, he just an assist guy. No. He could score. He could score.
No, he could score the ball. And so, but like you said, just being able to read the game and understand how you're gonna get on the floor.
Right.
Like, does he really need to score when you got Ray, Paul, and KG out there?
Right.
And so he picking. He pick and
chose his spot.
Yeah, when he wanted to score and be aggressive. But I remember like playoff game against Miami having 40.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yes.
he could score the basketball. So Rondo was a great player, man.
Man, let's just leave it at that. We'll leave it at Rondo's because he's right. Rondo is a really great basketball player. He's right.
Like he don't get enough credit for who he really was.
I agree. Paul Pierce went viral for saying he's the best pure scorer. Name come to mind is like maybe Kobe, maybe James Harden, Jordan, KD.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that
he was a hell of a scorer.
Yeah.
And P was my guy. He's my guy.
Right.
We came out in the draft together in
Right.
'98. When the lockout year, we worked out together, Inglewood High School, every single day. Like, that's my guy. But he said some crazy stuff sometimes, But no, I'll take away, like I always say, just because Bron's great don't mean KD isn't great.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
And P. Pierce was a great scorer.
Right.
Like, footwork, post.
Bro, to the nigga in the chat talking about I'm sleep on Rondo, I'm so wide awake on Rondo, I actually remember how he scored that 40. Them niggas was leaving him butt booty naked, wide open. They were saying, have at it, nigga. You got it. You got it. You can have it.
on the elbows,
Right.
catch and shoot threes. He could do it all. So
Right.
he's not lying about that. So he gets a lot of, but
Right.
he could definitely score. But like you said, when you say KD and Kobe and George.
Harden, George.
I got to the free throw line more than him. So, but I love it. That's why he is who he is, because the confidence he has.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's why he is who he is. So
what was it? Because I remember the last time LeBron was in Cleveland, you guys beat him, and he had a monster game. I think he had 27, 19, and 12. That game 6, y'all ended up beating before he went to Miami. Prior to that,
Huh? Before he went to Miami?
ended up beating before he went to Miami.
Or was he not already in Miami? What in the fuck is he? Oh, you talking about Orlando? Oh, okay.
Prior to that, prior to you guys getting KG and Ray Allen, it was more. I think he beat you guys a little bit more than you guys beat him. But when he goes to Miami,
what the fuck? What is he talking? Bro, what in the fuck is this nigga talking about? What is this nigga?
that game 6, y'all end up beating 27. LeBron was in. What was it? Because I remember the last time LeBron was in Cleveland, you guys beat him, and he had a monster game. I think he had 27, 19, and 12. That game 6, y'all end up beating before he went to Miami.
So he's talking about 2009? He can't wait. Bro, I'm so lost right now. What is he talking about? Is he talking about what is? But LeBron didn't have a crazy game 6 against the Celtics, though. He was bad in game 6 against the Celtics. He didn't have a good game against the Celtics. He closed out that series pretty bad. He must be talking about Orlando? Man, if this nigga is talking about LeBron in 2012 when he was already in Miami, he has to be talking about this game, chat. He literally has to be talking about the game against Boston. He literally has to be talking about this game. This game he had 45, 15, and 5. He has to be talking about this game.
12. That game 6, y'all end up beating before he went to Miami. 12 guys beat him, and he had a monster game. I think he had 27, 19, and 12. That game 6, y'all.
Who's y'all? Ty Lue isn't coaching them yet. Am I tripping?
Y'all end up beating before he went to Miami.
Miami.
Prior to that, prior to you guys getting KG and Ray Allen,
But he said prior to them getting KG and Ray Allen was on the team in 2010. Bro, I am so fucking lost, bro. I don't know what roster this nigga is talking about, bro. What is he? This nigga is saying before they got KG and Ray Allen, but KG and Ray Allen was there. This nigga was still in the league, so he wasn't even coaching at that point in time. I don't know what the fuck this nigga is talking about, bro. I am so lost. Okay, if it's 2010, he didn't have no monstrous game. That was he had a bad game those last 2 games. But KG and Ray Allen were there, and he wasn't coaching. What in the fuck is this nigga talking about?
it was more. I think he beat you guys a little bit more than you guys beat him. But when he goes to
he beat you guys a little bit more than you beat him. What?
it was more. I think he beat you guys a little bit more than you guys beat him.
What? Bro, I am so lost. Where are we at right now on the timeline? Where?
But when he goes to Miami, and that year,
nigga, read your notes, nigga. Oh my God.
Y'all got him, and I remember KG say it's over. Y'all beat him. Y'all beat him in Game 5 in Miami.
Was up 3-2.
You up 3-2. KG say it's over. We ain't coming back down here. And then LeBron in Game 6.
45.
Everybody says that's the greatest game he's ever played. Did you get a sense? I mean, how early in the game did you know? Boy, we in for it.
I know. I mean, I saw the look in his eyes. When he first stood on the floor, and just his mentality to start the game, how aggressive he was.
Yeah.
And we were always scared, and Doc was always scared to
He didn't even have to do all that to just bring up this game. He didn't have to do all that. He didn't have to do all that. He could have just brought up the fucking game.
Trap and double team him because of his passing
ability.
And so he figured that I figured it's he's going to get everybody else involved. Now everybody's going to get going.
Right.
He's going to get his anyway.
Right.
But we didn't think he was going to get 45.
Right.
And that game, when he's able to do that game, like I said, that's what really took him to the next level.
Right.
45, go to Miami Game 7, win Game 7, and then, to move on. But that game was, oh, man. I still have nightmares about that game.
Was Miami Heat LeBron, that's the best LeBron we've ever seen?
I don't know. I mean,
I think 2018, bro.
The year we went to the finals when Kyrie was gone.
Kyrie was gone.
Yeah.
The way he put, and y'all go to Boston in that Game 7.
Yeah.
And y'all beat Toronto. Y'all beat Indiana.
Yeah.
And he had 8 40-point games in the playoffs. He had that 51 against Golden State.
Yeah.
He was just in Miami. He was extremely efficient.
Yeah.
You talk about somebody shooting 55, 56%,
57% from the field.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he was super efficient in Miami, but I didn't get a chance to watch it like I wanted to.
Right.
Of course, you can't see every game, but what he did in Cleveland,
you get him back, he comes back.
Yeah, that stretch he had in Cleveland, I think that was his best.
So you think the return to Cleveland might have been his best LeBron?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I can't say I disagree.
Yeah, the year 16, the 16-17 season, we went back to the final. We played against KD for the first time.
Yeah,
that season right there, I think was one of the best seasons, like you said, they's ever had. And then I can't remember what that playoffs was. The playoff run he had that might have been the best playoff run.
That 18.
That was 18?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we had 8 here. I think he had 8 40-point games.
Yeah.
And your guys.
All right, Shannon, you're jumping all over the place. Now, chat, we are here talking about LeBron. We got here. How natural it was, who gives a fuck? I swear. I swear, if this nigga does not sell home this next transition, I'm going to be pissed.
Y'all swept Toronto, who was the number 1 seed at the time.
Yeah.
And then you go on the road in Game 7.
In Boston.
If this nigga decides to pivot back to Doc Rivers, I'm going to be fucking pissed.
Yeah. All 48 minutes.
Yeah.
That period, that 15 to 18, I think that might have been his best basketball he ever played.
People always, and you get this a lot, and I'm sure you've heard it. He wouldn't have done that if he played in the 90s. He wouldn't have done that if he played in the 80s. He couldn't have played back then.
Right.
The dude got Karl Malone's body. He can handle the ball like magic. He got Karl Malone's body, and he's more athletic. Who's had that kind of athleticism that can do all the things that he can do?
I I played in the 90s. I wasn't sure. So you gonna say LeBron James couldn't play in the 90s? Like, come on, man. Like,
I played a lot of it. I wasn't.
Yeah. What are we talking about? Like, that don't even make sense. Like, if you're great, I don't care what era you play in, you're gonna be great.
Right.
And it is what it is.
Coaching the Clippers. So you're at the Clippers.
I can't. Bro, I can't, bro. I can't, bro. This nigga sucks, my nigga. This nigga sucks, bro. This nigga sucks. This nigga sucks. Bro, why are you not just talking to him? And also, Shannon, we see you looking at your notes, nigga. We see you. We see you. Clippers. Like, nigga, we see you, bro. Also, you don't need this many notes to go off of this nigga's timeline. Fuck, bro. Come on. This nigga is washed. You're washed, my nigga. And you know what's so nasty? There's another fucking hour. There's another hour. Look how many cards this nigga has in his hands. Look at that shit. He has a phone book in his fucking hands of notes. And this nigga still is all over the place. Shannon, on some real shit. Nigga, you have another hour to talk to this man. Another hour. What's going to be worse is that you're going to sporadically go back to have random conversations with him, despite the fact that you could have just deviated over to that anyway. Fuck, your segues are horrible. There were so many better ways for you to just get to, okay, Clippers next. Talk about Doc Rivers. They have a great relationship. He coached him when he was in the league. He coached beside him as an assistant. What gravitates you to Doc and all the great things he does? Like, it's such an easy segue.
No, I want to go to this.
Oh my God!
Playing, you're gonna be great,
right?
And it is what it is.
Coaching the Clippers, so you're at the Clippers. No, I want to go.
This nigga sucks, bro. You're washed. You just had like an aneurysm. Your CTE start flaring up. You just reminded yourself of the 23 million you lost, nigga. Fuck, my nigga.
So I'm going to talk about the Cavaliers situation because David,
you don't have to. The fact that he's just now bringing up David Blatt, fuck, bro. There were so many moments before we got to this point where you could have pivoted to David Blatt. Y'all literally talked about how players have so much control that coaches can't do nothing. They end up losing their job, and you still didn't bring up David Blatt. Just for you to now awkwardly bring this nigga up. Fuck, this nigga is dumb.
You were in line to get the job. You were supposed to get the job, right?
Yeah, we interviewed the same time for the job.
Right.
And my agent called me and was like, Dan Gilbert decided that he wanted to go with, David Blatt. But I got a crazy thing to tell you. They want you to be the associate head coach. And I was like, nah, like I'm cool. Like, no, I'm stay here with Doc. Because I figured if I'm with Doc, who's the best coach in the league, like I'm gonna get a job next year. I mean, it's coming, so I'm not gonna leave Doc. I'm gonna be loyal to Doc. And he said, but you wouldn't believe how much money he offered you. And I was like, well, what they offer? Say they want to offer you $1 million a year to be the associate head coach. Now, at the time, I'm making $375 with the Clippers.
I think I could do that.
Well, nah, I still said no.
You said no?
Yeah, I was like, nah.
Even in California?
Yeah, I was like,
because
nah.
you know that's 155.
Yeah. And so I was like, man, like, nah, I ain't doing. I'm gonna stay.
That nigga said that because that's a shtick he tried to get off when he went to court. Damn. Y'all trying to get me for 25? Because I got the $50 million contract on the table? Well, shit, you know that contract really only 25 itself. That's what that nigga saying, that shit. Shit, that model ain't got to pay that money. That white woman, she ain't got to pay no taxes. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know, like, child support is tax-free. Shit is crazy.
Hey, with Doc.
Right.
I was like, you sure? Like, yeah, I can't do it. So he came back. An hour later, they said they give you 1-2, 1-4, whatever. And I was like, nah, man, like I'm gonna stay with Doc. I ain't gonna do that. Like I'm gonna be loyal to Doc.
It's so crazy because he could have actually asked him about Doc Rivers. So there's a better understanding of why he has this relationship with Doc. But because this nigga wanted to deviate from his fucking notes, we have no idea why. We have no idea why he's this loyal to Doc. We have no fucking reason why. It just happens now. Fuck, this nigga's a bad interviewer.
So I called, B. Shaw. I was like, B. Shaw, man. He said, what? You gotta take that job. I said, man, I ain't doing it. And then so I called Jerry West, who's my mentor.
Right. And
Jerry like, what are you thinking? If you don't take this job, they'll never give you another job ever again. Think you can't leave Doc's umbrella, whatever. So I was like, man, I'm not doing it. And so he's like going crazy. So my agent called back again. He said, they said, well, what do you want? I said, well, just tell them 2 million, 222, whatever. He called me back, said, they said yes.
You like, damn, I should have said 2.5.
Yeah. So I was like, shit, all right, I gotta go.
Hey, Doc.
Yeah, so I called Doc, and Doc was like, you know what, Ty, it's gonna be hard for us to match that. He said, but I think you're ready to leave my umbrella and spread your wings and do your own thing. I think it'd be good for you. And I was like, you sure? He's like, man, I think it'd be really good for you. And so that's kind of how it happened, how I ended up going to Cleveland.
So now, okay, you on the bench that first year, y'all go to the NBA Finals, you lose to the Golden State Warriors in 6. Halfway through.
Ty Lue was so prepared to tell that story that he really didn't even answer Shannon's question about David Blatt. He didn't even answer the question. He was so prepared to talk about how he got there that he didn't really even fucking answer the question. Tough.
The season, they make a change.
Mm-hmm.
You get elevated. Now, being a head coach is one thing. When you're the head coach, and now you're coaching the best player in the NBA, that's something entirely different, T. Lue.
Yeah, it is.
You and LeBron, what type of relationship did you have with LeBron before you became head coach?
So I had a relationship with Bron, Rich, and Mav, Randy, before I even came to be the assistant. We always been cool and tight. So we always had that bond.
Okay.
And so when
I'm eating a burger.
I became the associate head coach, like I said, he came back.
Right.
So we already had that bond. And so which was cool. Like I said, I had Rich and Mav behind me 100%,
right.
And then Randy. So even Bron get mad, I had those. I had them behind me anyway. But that's kind of that's family. That's
right.
family. So, when I took over, like I said, I was scared because, anybody can say, I would have did this, I'd have done that. Especially all that social media shit. You can say all that until you're in that number one seat.
And now you got to, okay, let's see what you do. You said you go do that.
Yeah, exactly. And so moving over 6 inches, it's tough. And especially midway through the season.
Yes.
And so I just thought it was a lot of pressure, man. Just we just went to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
Game 6, we lose. No Kevin Love, no Kyrie. And now you want me to replace Coach Blatt, who done a hell of a job. And if we don't make it to the finals and make it to at least Game 7, I'm a failure.
Right.
And so it was scary. And I didn't really know if I could do it because you're coming through halfway through the season.
Right.
You haven't really had a training camp. You haven't implemented what you wanted to run.
What you want to do because you got to stick to what.
And then, and you got the best player in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then so it was tough, But like I said, I will give a lot of credit, to K Love, Kyrie, Bron, JR, Tristan, those guys. They said, listen, we got your back 100%. Whatever you want to do, let's do it. We got your back. And I said, I'm going to make some mistakes. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to make some mistakes, but we all got to stick together.
Right.
And I give those guys credit. They have my back 100%.
But the natural thing is man, T. Lue undermined David Blatt. He was just he was supposed to be there anyway, and he probably was doing.
He realized he didn't get the answer that he wanted, or he didn't get the answer to the question, so now he has to go back to that question.
X, Y, and Z. Did you hear that?
All the time. And that's why it was hard for me to want to take that job because I knew what it was going to look like from the outside looking in. And if they knew the truth about it the year before, they would have never said that.
Right.
And so my job as associate head coach is to do whatever I can to make the head coach's job easier. And so I did that to the best of my ability. And I would never undermine somebody for a job, because that's just not who I am. That's not my personality, and I believe it will come back on you if you do things like that.
So what was it about Coach Black? Was his message just not resonating? What was it? Because he did go to the NBA Finals. Y'all did make it to a Game 6, minus Kevin Love, minus Kyrie. I believe if you have those guys, we'll never, ever know. I believe you win the series.
I do too.
But we'll never know. Right. And then halfway through the season, it wasn't like y'all was in the 6th spot, Ty Lue.
It was number 1 spot.
And they fired the coach. That's never been, maybe I think Milwaukee.
So why didn't you bring this up earlier when you were talking about coaches getting fired?
He did something similar a couple of years ago with Adrian Griffin. But I'm just saying, I don't recall a situation of something like that happening. Was his message just not getting through? Was it just falling on deaf ears? Somebody go upstairs? Why would you make you're the number 1 seed and you change the head coach after you just went to the finals?
For me, I think he did a great job. And overseas, like when you coach overseas, you are the face of the team.
Right.
Like, it's what you say goes, no matter what. No matter what player is there, you're the face of the team. And when you come to the NBA, the players are the face of the team. And so it's a different dynamic. Mm-hmm. And so just understand that dynamic that, as much as you want to go in and go crazy and cuss somebody out, you might can't do it today. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying? You just can't. And his offensive system was great. I wish I could run it today. All the stuff he did, but it didn't fit with Bron. Bron's not gonna move like that. Kyrie want to dance. He ain't running around. Kevin Love's not a mover, and so it was just the offense they ran over there was different when he came over here. Now he's been successful over there, winning all the championships, and he's a great coach. And I thought it was great stuff that we were doing, but it just didn't fit our team and what we're trying to do. And so I think guys got frustrated with the process and got frustrated with, how we did things offensively and defensively, because some of the stuff was different. Right. But there's nothing wrong with change if it works, and it was working. But it just, I think a lot of people got frustrated and didn't take the time, have the patience to really kind of wait for it, and that's kind of where things got harder. So that was it.
Do you remember your first game getting booed? Who y'all first? Do you remember who y'all played first?
This nigga better be pulling some shit out that is correct. So this will be the 3rd thing he has gotten correct effectively in a 20-minute span.
The Bulls.
And we played them in Cleveland.
Y'all lost.
And they booed me? I don't even remember. Did they boo me, man?
You had to ask bro.
I don't remember. I mean, like I said, I got tough skin, so if I mess up, I mess up. I deserve to get booed. I deserve to get criticized.
Y'all lost 96-83.
Okay.
But
nigga, what? So bro, I'm so serious, bro. Shannon Sharp is by far, this nigga is such a bad interview, bro. He got booed? I gotta double check that.
Do you understand what you did? They fired the coach mid-season.
Mm-hmm.
He has to double back on this because he doesn't know how to pivot. Oh my God, this nigga is garbage.
Get that team. Not only did you get them to the NBA Finals, you orchestrated the greatest comeback in Finals history, down 3-1 to a guy he was the first guy to be a unanimous MVP, and 2 of the last 3 games were on the road. How do you lie to them? You got to lie. Sometimes coaches tell us all the time. Sometimes guys, they got to lie to you. How do you lie to them and tell them they really got a chance to win this?
What's crazy is that I swear to God, I thought that we can win. Even when we were down 3-1, I thought that we could win. What?
You had just lost. You had just went down 3-1 at your home court, Ty Lue.
But I'm saying we lost the 2 games we lost first, we got blown out.
Yeah.
We win game 3.
Yes.
We should have won game 4. We tricked it off the last 2 minutes of the game.
Right.
Right? So we go down 3-1, and I'm like, we still have opportunity to win.
This is such a bad transition into this. It's so bad. This should be the pinnacle of the conversation. He just rushed himself into it. Fuck.
and it's like we still can win. I really believed it, but we had to make some tweaks and we made some adjustments. And like I said, I give our guys credit for doing that. But what's funny, like getting to that point, every time we lost a game, I never showed film, and so David Griffin would go back to our video guy DV. He was like, "Man, what the hell is he doing? Like, why?" He said, "Listen, just trust him. He know what he's doing. Like, just trust him. Like, if he's doing it, I believe in it."
Right.
So, like, because after game one, or even in the finals before, like, if we show film and like they was blowing us out. Like, it was like you don't want mentally, you don't want that. You know, you don't want.
We can't beat these guys.
Exactly. So you don't want the guys seeing that. So we come in, have a fun day, shooting half court shots, tweak some stuff here and there, and then when we win. That's when we be long film sessions, all the stuff we're making mistakes on, and like what we got to clean up to be better. And it worked because you don't want to psych your guys out thinking like, man, like how can we beat them?
Right.
You know, and so every time we lost, I never showed film. When we won, I showed all the stuff we need to get better at. And we just had to make some tweaks defensively, and we made those tweaks. Like I said, I give JR, Shump, and all those guys credit for what we was able to do to change our strategy because if you play Golden State the way they play, their pace and how fast they play, you don't know until you're in it.
Right.
You can't go to practice and work on stuff.
You can't replicate that.
Can't do it. You know, and so I saw that when you playing up, when you switching everything, they're going to pick you apart.
Right.
Like Draymond with his passing, Steph and Klay with their movement, like you just can't switch everything. And so after game 4, I was like, listen, when Steph and Klay come together, splits and all that, we switching it. Anybody else, you stand locked in. So it won't be no confusion. If we make a mistake, we're going to make a mistake on, the other guys.
Yeah.
We ain't going to make a mistake on these guys. And so it worked. Like, J.R. and Shump locked in Steph and Klay. Like, if you guard Iguodala, Livingston, you pushing up, you just protecting. And, like, it changed our whole series. Like, it changed it. And then the performance that Bron and Kyrie had in game
6.
No.
Game 5. They
Game
both
5,
scored 41.
Yeah. And in the game 5, and like going home for game 6, like I thought we warmed down. And then game 7, you got the best player in the world going into game 7. You got to love your chances.
Right.
That's a great answer. Great answer from Ty Lue. That's actually the only answer I really wanted to know from this entire interview. That's a really great answer, actually. Great adjustment. Great, execution as a coach. Loved it. Yeah, we're going to end it now because I can't watch any more of. I know y'all are saying I'm dragging it, but I can't. I genuinely cannot watch any more of this nigga. I can't. I can't. This nigga is just so bad at it as an interviewee. It's ridiculous. He's genuinely bad. With that being said, chat, I thank y'all for coming out. If you missed the Clipper, Jacob the Clipper fan reaction, don't worry. As we're doing it right now, as I speak, I am putting the in the check Twitter. Did you at me, Zaydog? I'm pretty sure you did.
You forgot the tip. Tip of this penis. Drive off.
I went to.
It's going good. You got my 2 McChickens? Yeah. Appreciate it. It's going good. You got my 2 McChickens? Yeah. Appreciate it. Hey, appreciate it. Hey, you forgot the tip. You forgot the tip. Tip of this penis. Drive off. Drive off. Bro, drive off. Drive off.
Zaydog, ladies and gentlemen. Zaydog. That's Zaydog. That's Zaydog, ladies and gentlemen. That's it right there. That's our guy. That's our Zaydog.
About older guys.
Like the oldest guy, I fucked a 29-year-old when I was 14.
What?
Bitch, you're a victim. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. But I like older guys. I've always liked older guys.
And what made you fucking do that?
Because I like older guys and it gave me money.
The stuff y'all ask me to just react to or just watch, it's really ridiculous. All right, chat. On that note, we're going to call it a stream. Like I said before, if you missed the Jacob, the Clipper stuff, I'm putting it in a drive as we speak, so it'll be up there.
How do you look at their careers as a differentiator?
I'm probably going to put some of the like hypothetical stuff in here in the drive as well, so we can have some more videos. But all right, chat. Hopefully, the end of the week, everybody will be available because we're going to do some trivia. No, I've already been live for 4 hours. I can't. You said no Jubilee. We can't do that. We can't, man. We can't do no more Jubilee, man. I know y'all are begging for it. I know y'all are begging for it, dog. I know y'all beg for it, but I gotta get back to Raquel. No, Raquel, that's too selfish of me. I know y'all are begging for it, but I gotta get back to Raquel. You know, just stop begging. Oh, Raquel said I can't. You sure? Well, if that's the case, first, say bye to YouTube chat. To the people on YouTube, we gotta end the stream because they're gonna map the video off the what you call it. So gotta end the stream. If you want to watch, with us, you can. I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Thank God.
But if not,
chat,
I'll see y'all next time. Hopefully Wednesday. Wednesday is when I'm hoping we can have people. Not Wednesday, excuse me. Friday is when we can do not the trivia. Yeah, the trivia night. So
Yo, chat, he still ain't asking, by the way.
But, all right. See y'all later on YouTube.
Man, it's only for active
playback.
content creators, man.